You are not live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, March 9 at roughly 5:03 p.m. For a virtual meeting of the governing body. I'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Lindell. The salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Romero-Worth, and invocation and remembrances started out with Councilor Lee Garcia. If you'd all rise as you are able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
I'd like to start off first off with a prayer that hopefully can bring peace into our community and healing. And it's a prayer to St. Francis. And it goes like this. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console. Not so much to be understood as to understand. Not so much to be loved as to love. For it is giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. I'd like to first off say a special prayer. And this is another prayer in Spanish for the people we've lost recently. And it's going to be in the name of Officer Robert Duran, retired firefighter Frank Lovato, city employee Chris Virile, Chris Abeta El Musicano, and all those who have perished over the last few years from COVID-19. It goes like this. Dios no es que nos dejaste las señales santas de tu divina pasión y muerte, de la sábana santa, la cual fue tu cuerpo santísimo. Cuando por José y Nicodemas fuiste bajado de la cruz, concédemos, Señor, oh piadísimo Señor Salvador del mundo, que por tu muerte sepulta las santas almas de toda forma mencionada. Porque el resto de este sudario, una libre descansa, sus almas que viven a Dios por todos los siglos de los siglos santos. Amen. And again, remembrance of our fallen officer, Robert Duran, retired firefighter, Frank Lovato, city employee, Chris Virile, Chris Abeta Musicano, and all those who have perished from COVID-19. And I'm sure everybody here has something to remember and say about each one of these. And thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, I think this will be a time for remembrance. I'll just, as you raise your hand, I'll just recognize you. If you please give me a chance. Councilwoman Virile, why don't you start us?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to recognize the passing and the life of Gary Whittemore. He was a childhood neighbor, and we grew up with his children. And I wanted to send love to his wife, Carol, and his children, Pam and Greg. Just thinking about how much he cared about all of us and took care of us in the neighborhood. And I also want to extend my loving condolences to the Abeta family for the passing of Chris. Just thinking about Chris and so many stories that I could share about our experiences and interactions. And I think I would just leave it at that. He touched so many people in this community, so many lives, especially youth. And it wasn't just through his music, it was just the way he mentored people and accepted people where they were at. And I just really think his legacy will continue in so many different ways, but I do want to send love to his family and to just let him know that he was such a star for us, and may he rest in power. And I also want to extend my condolences to the families, the friends, and coworkers of Crispy Hill and Carl Rougemont. I think it's important to look at how everybody's affected by traumatic experiences, and just wanted to share or extend my love to them, as well as the family of Officer Robert Duran and Frank Lobato. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think everybody shares those sentiments. Anyone else want to add your voice at this time? I think it's been said very, very well. Why don't we just bow our heads for a moment, keep those people in our hearts, others who have suffered over the last 2 years or longer from COVID, from all of the after effects. As Councilor Garcia said, let's bring healing and peace to our community and to the world. Let's take a minute. Thank you, everybody. So, Madam Clerk, with that, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, I will. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett. Here. Councillor Chavez. Councillor Lee Garcia,
I'm here.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell,
Here.
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
Councillor Merworth,
Here.
Councilwoman Virile.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 6 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion to approve and a second from Councilwoman Virile. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Chavez,
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Merworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you then take us to, we have a number of presentations. Why don't you take us to the first?
All right, Mayor, the first presentation is our legislation outcomes by Mark Duran and Associates. And Mark, there he is.
Mark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Nice to be with you, albeit still virtually. I look forward to being with you real time very, very soon. Councilors and manager, I'm here to give you a brief legislative report. The mayor made sure to emphasize brief and good enough, right? It seems like forever ago that the legislative session ended. And I've given you a very detailed report. And I can't think of an organization that's more politically astute than this one. And so I know that you're more current than most. So what I'd like to do is just kind of give you an overview of the legislative session in general, and then specifically for the city of Santa Fe. You know, all legislative sessions are unique, and this one was no different. What made it, you know, just be unique in its own way, if you will, was the fact that the governor is running for re-election. And all governors use a 30-day session before the end of their first 4-year term as what I call a catch-up policy session. But given that this governor spent most of her administration trying to keep the state safe because of COVID. This was really a catch-up policy session for the governor. Many messages issued, many policy platform issues brought in front of the legislature. You all know about them. She was mostly successful on many of them. Her crime legislation, the opportunity scholarship, many others. No one bats 100%. Things like the hydrogen hub and some other legislation did not pass, but I think that made it unique in how heavy of a policy platform legislative session it was. And it's undeniable that the session was unique because of the amount of money generally available. Not only was there over $1 billion of windfall revenues for the state to spend, but there was some $600 million of ARPA monies that got spent during the legislative session. There was a total of $1.1 billion of ARPA money, but the legislature spent $500 million of that money during the December special session. And so that was very unique. And I think that they spent all the money. And one of the ways they spent all the money was to create more funds than I've ever seen before created by the legislature. I think part of the reason is because the legislature was concerned. Normally, when there's excess revenues like this, a House Bill 2 Junior bill would be created. The legislature would fund a lot of capital outlay projects with excess revenues. Well, they had done that the previous legislative session. And so with concerns about capacity of many entities being able to spend the funds that they already had, not to mention being understaffed, having been under pressure with COVID, et cetera, what the legislature chose to do is, again, like I said, create more funds than I've ever seen before. An airport fund, a housing trust fund, a space fund, a film fund, a public-private partnership fund. Some of these funds funded to the tune of $50 to $70 million, some of these funds. So usually when a legislative session ends, you know how much you've won or you've lost. What's very unique about this interim is there's still a lot of winning to be had because with all those funds, the city of Santa Fe is going to have the opportunity to apply for grants from many of these funds. Certainly for the city of Santa Fe, the Housing Trust Fund, certainly the Airport Fund, several other funds. As a matter of fact, with all of my clients, it's been hard to keep up with it all. You know, in addition to providing a report, I am suggesting that my clients and the city of Santa Fe and all your staff directors actually go to certain sections of House Bill 2 to read all the appropriations and the creation of all the funds and all the allotments of money that are out there. Because who knows how many opportunities we are going to have to apply for these various funds. There's some obvious ones. There may not be so obvious ones to me. And so I'll be encouraging that even more so that we go and look at those funds. That does not even account for the $3 billion of infrastructure monies that are coming to the state. The governor has named 3 czars, a broadband czar, a water czar, and an infrastructure non-water czar. And those people are busy at work right now putting together recommendations in those 3 buckets of money for the $3 billion of infrastructure monies that are coming to the state. By the way, we have proposals into those funds for our Midtown campus and for 2 major water projects, the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant and the Nichols Dam. the two water projects total some $25 million, I think it adds up to. And so there's that pocket of money. I think the theme coming out of here, and that I really want to press, especially to the city of Santa Fe, is that while we did, get our fair share of funding, capital outlay funding, you've seen the report, we were able to bring home over $3.5 million of direct funding that was in the city of Santa Fe resolution. The interim is a time to still win, and win big, in terms of acquiring money for the city of Santa Fe. I'll continue to work with staff and department heads in the interim as I can provide lobbying services as we go after and compete for those funds. But I think that's a major thing coming out of the legislative session. I mentioned the funds that we can go after in your report again, the capital outlay monies we were able to land. I always find it really interesting to see what starts to percolate to the top with legislators. You push certain projects, you pull back when you don't find any interest, you push others, you push another. Certainly, we received over $1 million funding for the Midtown campus. That certainly percolated to the top, but it was interesting to watch the medians percolate to the top. In the end, seemingly every legislator was supportive of beautifying and addressing our medians citywide. I think that, and you've seen the list, we were successful in many other areas. And there was certainly lots of statutory legislation that we worked on. I have to tell you, I'm most proud of one of them in particular, and that is ever since the food tax was passed, we've been dealing with some sort of hold harmless situation, right? First, as compensation, we were provided hold harmless. Then along the way, hold harmless was pulled back on because the state decided they couldn't afford to continue to make us provide cities and counties hold harmless payments. So when they did that, they said, we're going to give you the option to impose a 3/8 increment gross receipts tax on the groceries, on top of the gross receipts tax you already have. We've been fighting that and trying to stop hold harmless payments where they are and to have them originated back to the food tax level every year since that piece of legislation changed. Finally, this year, Senate Bill 26, which we worked on very, very hard. It's not the ultimate solution and the highest dollar impact solution for the city of Santa Fe, but it was feasible enough to pass. And basically, and it was rolled into the omnibus tax bill, House Bill 163. And essentially what it says is for the 8 counties and cities that didn't pass any increment of that 3/8 tax, that were based on where they existed on a poverty level scale in the state of New Mexico, their hold harmless payments and our hold harmless payments are right now declining on a year-to-year basis by about 7% every year. That this particular piece of legislation says that the city of Santa Fe's hold harmless payments will stop at a 30% threshold. That 30% is around $3 to $4 million a year that now the city of Santa Fe will receive in perpetuity. We'll receive more than that until we drop down to that 30% level, because we're not anywhere close to that now. But that will be our floor. And only 8 entities participated in it. The city of Santa Fe participated in it. Granted, other entities were at a 50% level, and some entities were at an 80% level. The city of Gallup was at an 80% level. This was a way, being part of one of 8 communities that didn't impose that increment, to have a benefit, if you will, for not having imposed that 3/8 gross receipts tax and in perpetuity be paid a portion of that hold harmless legislation. I know it's not perfect, but you know how long we've worked on this. Can we still go for more in later sessions? Can other pieces of legislation even be better than this one that will take superiority over this one? Yes, along the way. In the meantime, I think this was very, very successful for the city. I hope you feel the same way. You know, I feel that way if you can't tell after working on this all of this time. Really, Mayor and councilors, I could go on and talk about a lot of things. The governor did sign House Bill 2 today, and she, with some vetoes, she signed Senate Bill 212 today. That's the capital outlay bill with some vetoes. I had to check pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure all of our projects are safe. She did it not too long ago. Today is the deadline for the governor to sign or veto legislation. She still has till midnight. But those were the two big bills that we were waiting on for signature and line item vetoes. Mayor, I could finish my report without thanking you, Mayor. You're just fantastic to work with, available at any time, willing to text, call our important legislators at any moment, discuss various strategy. I appreciate your support and work all along the way. The counselors, certainly your staff, they do a great job. I was kind of working with two city managers along the way. I really appreciate Mary McCoy filling in the gaps in so many instances and helping in so many ways with analysis of bills, and particularly on Senate Bill 26, where she did extensive analysis. I appreciate that. By the way, Senator Worth was instrumental in getting that piece of legislation passed. Here's how it worked. It was Senate Bill 26. And when House Bill 163 was coming to the floor, Senate Bill 26, literally in its entirety, was rolled into House Bill 163. And, you know, it takes some stroke to do that. And so we really appreciate the efforts of Senator Worth on that. But to all of our delegations, Senator Worth and Senator Rodriguez, Representatives Egoffs and Serrato and Lujan, Andrea Romero, our perimeter delegation, who I call them McQueen and Chandler and Stefanix. We just have a great Santa Fe legislative delegation. They deserve a lot of thanks and praise from us for how much support and thanks they give us. By the way, I don't know if you on the article that appeared in the Santa Fe New Mexican on the bathroom in the plaza, I made sure to comment to thank our legislators for their financial support in terms of that project, because that was important. So with that, Mayor and councilors, I could go on and on. I'm gonna save you from that. I hope that was brief enough and enough of an overview. And I hope otherwise my report to you has been detailed enough. And I'd always be available for any questions you may have, either now or offline via email or however you'd like.
Thank you, Mark. And thanks to you for working tirelessly on our behalf. It was a very complicated session and a lot of moving parts, very unusual in its dynamics, as you pointed out. And at the end of the day, as you always do, you kept us up to speed. You let us know which way things were moving and where we could intervene constructively. It's really a privilege to work with you and to see how well regarded and well respected you are by the legislators. You're really able to represent the city in extremely dignified and thoughtful way. So, and effective. Councilor Lindell, you have a question?
Just a comment, Mayor, I'll make it quick. I just wanted to thank Mr. Duran that I never contact him, but what he gets back to me, he's terrific about that. His explanations are thorough. You know, a novice like me can understand them, and his insight is terrific on the direction that things are going. I think we're so fortunate that he's on our team. And I just wanted to personally thank you, Mark, for the work that you do. And it makes a huge difference to the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Duran? He does know the ins and the outs of the legislature. Counselor Rivera.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of what Councilwoman Lindell said, and I just wanted to thank Mr. Duran. Have you been working for the city longer than 10 years, Mr. Duran?
Mayor, Counselor, actually, I've been working for the city for 25 years.
25 years.
Yes.
Wow. So I've been as a counselor for 10 years and worked with you before that when I was a chief, and just having that consistency when we go to the legislature and knowing about all the bills that we've been really focusing on session after session after session, and to have that consistency from you, I think is super valuable. So I want to appreciate you and thank you for the updates. Those are always really helpful. And, you know, hopefully next session we're back to everything in person, but we'll see how that goes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments? I think those are both very well-earned praise. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you.
Okay,
One of these days, we'll have you up here for a after action review over in a restaurant or in a casual setting. But until then, stay safe and thank you.
Okay, sounds good. See you.
Take care. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next presentation?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is item 7B, and it's fiscal year 21 audit status update. This is presented by City Manager John Blair and our Finance Director, Mary McCoy.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you all so very much. Hope you're all doing well. I'm going to let Director McCoy do the bulk of the presentation with her team, but just want to say how grateful we are for Director McCoy, for Ricky Bejarano, for Stephanie Woodruff, and the amazing work they're doing with our consulting team to get this done. And, you know, one thing I want to highlight before I turn it over is just that they're doing two things at once. Is they're getting the FY21 audit done, but they're making a number of real and meaningful and lasting improvements to how we do this work to help us guarantee that we're on time going forward. So they're kicking butt and taking names. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Director McCoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight we have joining us Mr. Bejarano, or the city's new accounting officer, and Stephanie Woodruff as well. I'll go ahead and give a brief update on the status of our FY21 audit preparation. Right now, I'm happy to report at the beginning of March, we are still on track to produce the schedule of expenditures of federal awards next week to our auditors so they can begin their work in March on the federal audit. Also, we are on target to produce the city's trial balance to CLA by the end of this month. That being said, what we have reviewed with you previously is that fund balance and net position are both 100% complete, as are our interfunds analysis and reconciliations and analysis on our capital assets. Tonight, we're here to report that deferred inflows and outflows are 95% complete. This is the work that our staff is doing on net pension and our OPEB liability and other inflow and outflow accounts. We do expect this to be completed by next week as well. Also, up to be completed next week is all of our liability accounts. We've made significant progress from last week where we were at 55% to 69% this week, and this is on track to be completed by next week as well. As I mentioned, we are also on track, made significant progress, jumping from 64% to 71% complete as of the end of last week. And this is on target to be completed by next week and turned over to the auditors. Keep in mind, FY21 is the year that we're going to record our CARES Act revenue and expenses from DFA and from our federal agencies. So this really does significantly increase the amount of work associated with putting together the CFA for fiscal year 21, but we are on track for that. As far as assets go, this is definitely the largest lion's share of the 5,000 accounts that we reconcile and review every year. We are on track. We have progressed from 65% to close to 80% as of the end of last week. And we're on track to complete this, not next week, but the following week, to be able to continue to do some analysis that final 10 days of March before we complete and finalize the city's trial balance. So with that, Mr. Mayor and City Manager and councilors, our team is ready to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions for Director McCoy or others on the team that's pushing forward on the audit? Any questions, comments? Very good. I don't see any hands, so we'll wait your next report. I know you'll be back in front of the Finance Committee on a regular basis. And thank you for keeping us up to speed on all of the charts as the numbers fill out at the top. Congratulations. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item then, please?
Yes, the next item is the 7A Midtown Progress Report. This is presented by our Community Development Department. Rich Brown and Daniel Hernandez will kick it off. And if anybody else from this group of presenters needs to be let in, please just raise your hand and I'll promote you.
Mr. Mayor, good evening.
Mr.
Members
Brown,
of the council.
you have the floor, Mr. Brown. Lead the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Good evening to members of the council. Tonight, we come with our update final analysis on Midtown Public Engagement. I am actually going to turn this presentation over to Director Alexandra Ladd, who has been driving the public engagement program. So she'll be able to moderate the presentation. We hope that it provides you with enough information, and it should be pretty brief. It won't be a very long presentation from that standpoint. So Ms. Ladd, if you'd like to start us off and give a preamble.
Thank you. Am I seeing Michael Pride from UNM in the room?
Let's see.
Let in. Okay. There she is. Good.
There she is.
All right. Thank you so much. So as many of you know, this public engagement process has been going on for what seems like a long time, but it's been in the works for even longer, and is a continuation of public engagement that has been done at Midtown and for the St. Mike's corridor for a decade. So we are getting to be really good at this. I'm kidding a little bit. We're not very good at public engagement as a government body, because the way we lead public engagement is we set up a meeting and people have to come to the meeting at a certain time and they have to participate in a certain way. And if they don't have, they can't get there because they don't have transportation, or they don't have childcare, or they're working, or they don't have a computer for Zoom, they can't participate. So as we entered into this next phase of really looking at what can happen with the future of Midtown, we knew that we wanted to do the public engagement piece in a different way. And I think all of you have heard me tell this story. That's where our partnership with the UNM Design, Planning, and Assistance Center began. They are under contract with the city to act as this help the city with bringing the voices to the table that aren't usually included, to bring community organizations into the conversation so that voices that we don't usually hear can be highlighted, so that the participants can design their own process for engagement and for conversations. Tonight, we're really excited. Tonight represents a culmination of a lot of work done by the Midtown Engagement Partners, the Midtown Activation Partners, and the Design, Planning, and Assistance Center team. They've spent a huge amount of time looking at qualitative data and quantifying it. So when you see a call out quote in the presentation, this isn't representing one person's voice. That's very, very important because they said one thing about something. This is actually representing, the call outs represent real people, but you will see from the themes that have been identified and have emerged from this work that it is really powerful. These are themes that should that are presented to guide the city's work, not only at Midtown, but citywide. And I think they will resonate with all of you. Once Deepak quantified qualitative data and identified what these emerging themes were, that is when the work to develop a guidance for the city. And just like the recommendations and the work and the analysis that will come from our economic and our urban design teams, this guidance is for the city's benefit. And it's the city's job and staff's job to weave together these different types of guidances into a community development plan that will provide the framework and the structure and the benchmarks and the vision for future development of the site. So with that, I will turn it over to Michael Pride and her team to lead you through what this guidance looks like.
Thank you very much, Director Ladd and Mr. Mayor, councilors, Director Brown. It's a privilege and an honor to be here before you again. And just to repeat, it's really been a privilege for UNM DPAC to stand alongside this governing body, the city staff, and all of the Midtown Engagement partners and the communities of Santa Fe in this really important and unprecedented engagement process during, frankly, unprecedented times. So challenges and many, many points of inspiration. So with that, I will share some slides. I think I have that permission. So again, tonight is, I think it's our third time coming before you to share where we are on this great journey together. Just a quick review of a few points, because we have come before you before, this is the full collection of the Midtown Engagement team. As Director Ladd mentioned, the Design and Planning Assistance Center, or UNM, have hold the contract with the city. And through that process, and with that encouragement, brought on nine local community-based organizations to engage with us and directly engage their neighbors and all the residents and business owners of Santa Fe. We did this in 2 rounds. So you see the first list, and I'm asking everybody to make sure that their cameras are on and smile so you recognize them just for time. Chainbreaker Collective, YouthWorks, Earth Care, Santa Fe Art Institute, and Little Globe. And then we worked together to design a program that was an open proposal program that brought on Fathers New Mexico, Friends of the Santa Fe Public Library, the Santa Fe Indigenous Center, and La Familia Medical Center. Collectively, these organizations represent many different, sometimes overlapping communities of Santa Fe, but importantly, help us reach the goal that you set for us when we first spoke, and that was to make sure that the people of Santa Fe are represented in this process and that their voices are lifted up. And I'm proud to say that we have, over time, been able to, with these amazing partners, been able to engage probably every pocket I can think of Santa Fe. There were 2 major, very public events in which all of the organizations collaborated together to pull it off, to invite community and to ask questions about Midtown. So both were held on the site, despite all of these challenges you see on the left. the block party on October 23rd. Many of you were there and we're so much appreciated. We thought we'd have a few hundred people attend. We reached 1,000. And then the Pozolada kind of was the ending bookend of active community engagement. In December, the Pozolada, which attracted 500 attendees despite the oncoming Omicron variant, which forced everyone to shift modes. And in between that, there were individual interviews, door-to-door canvassing, conversations in high schools and middle schools, and there were surveys distributed at these events and other places in paper, online, in English, and in Spanish. So who participated? This is just a snapshot of the survey responses. There were many other forms of participation. Over 2,000 surveys collected. Over 40% of those responding said that they rent their homes. There were several who also reported to be experiencing homelessness. Almost half have lived in Santa Fe or over 20 years or all of their lives, because some are 16, 17. And 67% reported incomes or reported that their incomes are below the area median. Just to go back and look back, you've seen this from Daniel Hernandez before, this basic components of sustainable development, equity, economy, environment, and culture, especially for Midtown, especially for Santa Fe, and the kinds of elements that would appear, or the kinds of ideas that would appear in these. And this is the destination for this work as it goes into the community development plan. But here's where we are. So this is a structure of the report. We are, churning away at getting this longer, more substantive written report out to you. But we've already talked to you about this background piece when we came months ago, and then the process piece, how people participated, who participated. That was back in December. And tonight we really want to focus on the findings. What did people say? What did we hear? And then how did we translate what we heard into community goals for Midtown and elsewhere in Santa Fe? The last bit will be about our recommendations for engagement on a larger scale and ongoing. So from those thousands and thousands of written responses to open-ended questions, we think this is what we heard, that residents want a Midtown that is green and healthy, that is inclusive by age, ability, housing status, gender, ethnicity, and race. That affordability was really important. And yes, about housing, we've heard that, but also about access to recreation, education, arts and culture experiences, whether that's making or watching or participating or attending a performance, and just in being community together, and healthcare, access to healthcare. That Midtown would be community driven. We heard this so many times and in so many ways, that people really want to be involved. And that there was a real emphasis on the local of Santa Fe, for Santa Fe, by Santa Feans, and that equitable, so that really prioritizing those with fewer resources and opportunities, and that there would be secure offerings, that affordability and access would be held for the long, long term. What we're going to share, what we've framed our recommendations, and as suggested by Director Ladd, as guidance, because really what we're proposing here is not a new policy. We're providing input that comes from this community, this public process that will inform other policies that will really have the kind of accountability and teeth. And so this is what we hope to inform. So we're calling it guidance, and that guidance is really setting community goals and maybe characteristics of development, and then rationale, which would kind of ground that guidance in what we heard, the evidence, the public input, and also contextual factors and the knowledge of the city staff, the Midtown Engagement partners, and other people with whom we've been in discussion to work through all of this information, and also the, our knowledge and exposures as academics, really, as researchers. And then finally, this is really, we're still evolving this as cases in practice, just examples of where this kind of idea has been applied successfully elsewhere. So then how do you organize all these thousands of responses? And we were able to kind of organize them into 4 buckets. And one is approach. It's really about the kind of mindset and awareness that would come as while thinking about any kind of new policy or even acting on any of the guidance. Then there's vision, those big picture ideas. What is this place going to look like, feel like? What is it going to have to offer for, yes, people in Santa Fe, but maybe also as an example for other places? And then support for local community, whether it's arts and culture programming and spaces that's so important to the site and to the city, but also to education and economic opportunity. Really, what can we build up from what is here, the assets and the people that are here? And then life at Midtown is really like, what does it feel like when we come to Midtown 5 years from now, 10 years from now? The diversity of offerings, of spaces, of programs that are really inclusive of all of the various communities of Santa Fe. So as we go into approach, we have a few major guidance and then ideas about projects that might be more specific examples of ways to act on this guidance. So in the approach is really saying that existing plans and future plans might be assessed to be more effective and more inclusive, and specifically language access policy. And I saw that there's an RFP out now around the language access program. Really happy to see that. And updating existing plans and commitments through a lens of whether it's mobility justice or social justice or equity, what are to find maybe unintended consequences and new opportunities. That Midtown is community driven. As I mentioned, in so many ways, we heard people, the people say that they wanted community to have a role in the development of policy and the development of Midtown. And, a specific example of that is an idea of a community land trust that was very often spoken specifically as that term, but also referred to in terms of ways that community land trusts operate. Overall vision. We see this idea of a place that is equitable, sustainable, and health promoting, that is access and something for all ages, identities, and abilities. So what would that might that look like? Well, Midtown is a place for youth and families and both intergenerational opportunities and individual opportunities for education, recreation, and business. And then Midtown could be a model of a healthy community, really designed to promote and support better community health and individual health with walkable neighborhoods, access to nature, really going, improved quality of air and water and very low vehicle dependence. And then using tools like health impact and equity impact assessments and social determinants of health standards to really assist in setting those priorities. And finally, overall, a sustainable development. And in that vision, we're talking about the kind of more comprehensive, holistic view of sustainable development that might be evident in things like eco-districts or the Living Communities Challenge or Lead for Neighborhood Development that balances the environment, economy, and equity. And these frameworks could be used to help prop up that design and also assess progress. And then, a daring project. Wow, what if we didn't add any new fossil fuel sources at Midtown and plan for a future that's all electric based on renewable energy sources? As I said before, people really called for access to economic opportunity and housing stability. So local economic development support could include incentivizing and supporting local businesses, and could include things like a market space, some kind of support for entrepreneurs, business incubator, things like that, along with workforce training and support that includes wraparound services for workers and families that many of the organizations are already doing in Santa Fe. And another specific project of this might be, yes, we see film production being a logical activity at Midtown going forward as well as right now. But what if those opportunities also provided workforce training for local Santa Fe? This idea of housing affordability and security was really large. So we've identified a few ways that this could be brought up as community goals. One is a neighborhood stabilization plan. That's not really for Midtown per se, but really thinking about vulnerable neighborhoods that are threatened by new development, as we know how markets work. And so especially Hopewell Man, a lot of people feeling fear of displacement. And we think that this neighborhood stabilization plan should be developed in collaboration with those most affected and those who really know the issues. Prioritizing housing that's affordable for people upon whom the Santa Fe economy really relies. And that's a lot of people at or below median income. We heard a lot about this, and that would be both in rental opportunities and home ownership, the opportunity to build wealth and provide long-term residency across generations. So, life at Midtown, some ideas. Community services, because there's been, of course, a lot of interest or talk about establishing some government services, offices, and facilities on the Midtown campus. We should really see this as prioritizing those public-facing services and less about like council meetings and that kind of core official functions. People really see a value in City Hall being downtown, and that the plaza area is a place where people from Santa Fe, from elsewhere in New Mexico, and from all over the world might actually run into each other. Of course, there are existing buildings and spaces that are highly valued. The Gergarson Theater and Fogelson Library were mentioned specifically many times, but these are ways where community services can be serve as anchors on the site. And then in arts and culture programming and spaces, this is both about performance, but also about these opportunities to build upon the legacy and activity, that cultural activity and the many cultures in and around Santa Fe to be really present at Midtown, including the idea of accommodating and creating a powwow grounds at Midtown where that use might be greater access and acknowledgement and presence of Indigenous peoples. The arts and culture industry, again, as I mentioned before, this opportunity to connect that filmmaking use with training and education for local economic opportunity, and also to celebrate food and culinary arts as a local tradition and a way to bring people together. A lot of people, the most frequent response to the question about, when I go to Midtown, my family or my community and I should be able to, the number one answer was gather as community. and food helps get that going. It certainly happened at the block party, but food trucks, markets, coffee shops, and local restaurants can really help build that vibe. So what happens from now? Of course, we have a presentation with the governing body. You will be responsible for enacting those policies that will help incorporate and advance community goals. The Midtown Engagement partners are here tonight, and they are here for the foreseeable future to work alongside you, all of you, and the communities to watch Midtown evolve, and not just to watch it, but help. And what we're providing is guidance through this report. And the Midtown Engagement partners will continue to be reaching out to community to continue the discussions about this guidance. And as all the various phases of the Midtown project evolve, our contract ends on March 31st. So, wow, that seems like tomorrow. But I will note in the meantime, we will present this guidance and maybe one further level of iteration to the public in a virtual setting, Voices at Midtown on March 22nd that evening. And I think that message has gotten out. It will be live streamed on Facebook Live, but also on a Zoom platform. Our final engagement report will go in at the end of our contract time. And as I said, the Midtown Engagement partners will continue to organize and engage community members. The community development plan, I can't overstate how this information, this guidance is meant to inform that document, which will be a policy document, and the RFPs that come before, during, and after that one. And once again, I thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Midtown Engagement partners, and everyone who's participated with us, either directly or just morally in the background.
Thank you. Thank you. Alex, is it back to you, or does that complete the presentation as you planned?
That completes our presentation.
Thank you. Well, I want to echo what Michael said about this being an unprecedented engagement process. It's something that really touched so many people in so many parts of our community, was done with great spirit and inclusivity. And I think the results speak for themselves as far as getting people's ideas and suggestions and priorities out on the table. So to all the partners who are here, to all the people who participated, and to the leadership, it's great that we have such a tremendous resource at UNM that we can partner up with. So thank you. Are there questions, comments from the members of the governing body? Councilwoman Virile, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to, again, express my appreciation for the team effort and the partnerships. It's really nice to see representation in a community engagement process, although it takes more time, but I know we don't feel like time is on our side. However, I feel like when we take the time that we have a better end product. So I think that that's extremely important. And it's nice to have diverse perspectives and honing in on the social equity piece and aspect for redevelopment. So I look forward to how we operationalize all of these great ideas that came to the surface with the community engagement and the next steps. And hopefully, and I'm pretty sure most of these partners will still be part of that process as well. So thank you all for your time and your engagement and commitment to this work.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Again, just thank you so much to everybody. This was a huge lift and a lot of work and a lot of hours, and really valuable to the process, and that I really wanted to thank everyone. There was just one piece that, we've seen a lot of this, that I wanted to call out and make sure it wasn't missed in the mix. And it was this conversation of affordability and not just affordable housing. And I thought that that's a really important component of this that we frequently gloss over. And I can't take credit for this. I was speaking with Eric Ani of the MPO the other day, and we were discussing this concept of not just affordable housing, but affordable living and how important that is for the overall quality of life. So I was appreciative to see, a similar theme and a similar concept come out of this. And I think that that's going to be very important for us to consider as we continue to move forward with the development of Midtown. So I just wanted to make sure that that did not get buried. So thank you so much. And thank you to all of our engagement partners. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other hands at this time? If not, thank you for such a thorough and thoughtful report and such great work. I do think it is a precedent-setting approach to community engagement and to something and a methodology that we can use going forward in many different projects and many different opportunities. So appreciate your work and await the next installment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors.
Thank you all for being here tonight too. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to, well, you tell us what it takes us to. You're the clerk.
Mayor, it takes us to approval of the consent agenda.
And I believe you have a list of the items that our council members have asked to be taken off of consent. Do you want to read them out loud?
Yes, absolutely. So the first item we have being pulled off consent is item D. It's being removed by Councilor Rivera. We also have item J. It's being removed by Councilor Michael Garcia. He is removing so that he can recuse himself from that vote. And Councilor Garcia, at that time, I can put you just in the waiting room, and that way you don't have to get off and get back on. And then we have item N. It was pulled by Councilor Lindell. Item R was also pulled by Councilor Lindell, and Councilor Cassett pulled item T.
T as in Thomas. Very good.
Yes.
So with those amendments, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, I can. Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Merworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
All right, consent agenda has been approved as amended.
Thank you. And I guess that would then take us to the first item that was removed from consent by Councilor Rivera. Why don't you read that to all of us and to the people who are watching and listening?
Absolutely. The first item is item D. It's request for approval of amendment number 1 for contract number 21-0335 with HomeWise to amend the scope of work and increase the amount of mortgage principal reduction assistance per household from $30,000 to $80,000. Alexandra Ladd, our director for the Office of Affordable Housing, is available for this item. And there's Ms. Ladd. She's on the screen.
Thank you. I think I'll entertain a motion and then turn it over to Councilor Rivera.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Can we have a motion to approve and a panoply of voices in second? So there is a motion on the table, and Councilor Rivera, you asked to have this taken off consent. You have the floor, Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Ladd. I wholeheartedly support this. Just for those watching, I'm hoping that you can take a little bit of time to explain how the program works and how the changes that we're looking at tonight will affect our constituency and our residents that are looking for homes.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, Thanks for asking that question. This program is one of the city's best tools.
Alex, you're coming through not loud and clear. I don't know what your voice, if your microphone is a little clogged up or it's distant, but we got some of your voice, but not enough.
Does that sound better?
Oh, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. I think these computers are sick of Zoom or something. So I'm so glad you asked this question, because mortgage principal reduction, we used to call it down payment assistance, but actually down payment assistance comes nowhere close to what home buyers need in order to afford a home. Because what this type of assistance does is it lowers the amount of the mortgage that the home buyer has to take on in order to afford a home. And so their monthly payment is contained within an affordable amount for their income. The mortgage principal assistance loan acts like a soft second. So that means that there are no payments due, there's no interest. They only pay it back if they sell the home. And the other really important point about these programs and why they're such an efficient way for the city to support home ownership for folks is that the benefit keeps on happening every single month. That home buyer was able to take on a smaller mortgage, have a smaller home payment because of the one-time loan. So it's a really important tool in our toolbox for helping folks. What's going on now, and I think Mike Lofton of HomeWise was quoted in the paper as saying like, wow, in all my years, I've never seen a market like this, is that even with the mortgage principal reduction loans, we can't close the gap between what a moderate income home buyer can afford and what's available on the market. If they're lucky enough to buy a home produced through the Santa Fe Homes program that has a price restriction, they might be okay with a $30,000 mortgage principal reduction loan. But if they're shopping on the open market, if they're not able to buy one of those restricted homes, they're not able to make the deal work. So despite having thousands, hundreds for sure, I think it was thousands, I just heard a number of buyers in their pipeline who have been certified as mortgage ready. So they've paid down their debt, they've worked on their credit, they're ready to buy a home. HomeWise can't help these buyers using the CDBG mortgage principal reduction because at 80% of the area median income, which is the cap for the income eligibility for CDBG, these home buyers can't find anything on this market. So raising the cap of the dollar amount of the loans will help for many of these households cover that gap between the affordable mortgage and the actual cost of the home. The raising the cap doesn't affect the number of home buyers that can be assisted for a very special reason, which is that the CDBG program, mortgage principal reduction program, also results in the payoffs of liens. So when one of these households sells their home, the lien is paid back, the proceeds are put into a restricted fund, and they're used to help another household buy another home. And when that income is generated, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is the source for these funds, requires that the income generated from the payoffs is used before any of the grant funds are used. And so despite, well, I should say that the HomeWise has continued to use the program income, but they're finding themselves less able to help the home buyers who are ready to buy homes because of what's happening in the market. And then because they can't necessarily draw down on the program income funds as fast as they want, they're not able to draw down on the grant funds. So raising the cap would help them draw down on their program income funds, and then they would begin drawing down on their grant funds. So at the end of the day, their performance metrics in their contract will still be met because they are serving so many people also with program income. Right now, they're not serving at nearly as many people, of course, as the need, but also as they're capable of serving these folks who are ready to go. So the other point to make before I will stop talking and answer any more questions, is that the underwriting on these loans is very rigorous. So nobody gets more than they need. Some households will get 80,000. Some households will get 35,000. Like maybe just moving that cap just helps incrementally for a household to actually finalize a purchase on a home. So, I do want to make that point. It's not just 80,000 for everybody. This is very carefully and rigorously underwritten. These loans are. So with that, if I can answer any more questions about this contract, I'm happy to do that.
Councilor Rivera, back to you. I think you're muted, Councilor Rivera.
I hate it when I talk to myself like that. Just want to make sure teachers, nurses, police, firefighters, they're all eligible for this program.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, they are if their income is less than 80% of the area median income. So the Community Development Block Grant Regulation does not allow the use of funds for anyone who earns more than 80% of the area median income in this kind of program.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I believe that Councilor Lindell, your hand is up, so you have the floor.
I just lowered my hand. I had asked about this previously, and I appreciate that Ms. Ladd clarified that it doesn't affect the number of people that can apply based on increasing this cap. So that was my concern before, and she addressed that this evening. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Others who wish to ask Director Ladd about this increase in the cap? Any last words, Director Ladd, as to the anticipated benefit of this change? What you think will come from this?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that we will see several homes getting closed. Several families achieving their dream of home ownership.
That's the point. Thank you for,
yeah.
That's the punchline. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions? If not, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the motion on the floor?
Yes, but first, can I get clarification on who the second was? There was a lot of people that seconded that motion. I know Councilor Cassett made the motion. I know Councilwoman Virile was one of the seconds.
Let's award the right of first refusal to Councilwoman Virile, who just had the speed of hand just now to put her hand up. It was a chorus of seconds.
Yes, there was like 4 people that said it simultaneously. So with that, Councilor Lee Garcia.
I think it was, I did not second.
Oh, no, I was calling roll
Oh,
call.
for the vote, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Ward.
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
All right, item D has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us and for adjusting your headset so we could hear you. That was very good. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, what's the next item that was taken off of consent?
Mayor, the next item that was removed from consent was item J. And if you give me 1 second, I'll go ahead and, oh, did Councilor Garcia? Oh, there he is. I was gonna say, he didn't jump off, did he? Let me go ahead. And Councilor Garcia, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room real quick so you can stay on the meeting, and then I'll pull you out right after, okay? All right, so this item was pulled so that Councilor Garcia could recuse himself. And now he is on hold.
Could you please read the item for everybody who is watching and listening?
Yes, item J is request for approval of amendment number 1 to contract item number 21-0325 to decrease $9,396 from the original contract amount of $304,000 for the senior volunteer programs. The amended contract amount will equal $294,604 with the State of New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Department.
Move to approve.
Second.
The motion was made to approve and seconded. Is there discussion? And Madam Clerk, you got there was only one of each that time. You got the people. Good. I didn't call them out, but it was clear. Is there discussion of this item by any member of the governing body? If not, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
All right. Councillor Rivera.
Yes.
Councillor Merrill.
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Chavez.
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And you can readmit Councillor Michael Garcia at your leisure. There
Here
he
he
is.
comes.
Very good. Thank you for that efficient recusal in return. Madam Clerk, what's the next item that was taken from the consent calendar?
The next item removed from consent was item N. This was done by Councillor Lindell. Item N is request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a bar in the Community Services Department in the amount of $1 million to fund eviction prevention. Julie Sanchez, our Youth and Family Services Division Director, and Kira Ochoa, our Community Health and Safety Department Director, are listed as staff for this item.
So I'll entertain a motion and then we'll turn it over to Councillor Lindell.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and we have a second. And Councillor Lindell, you asked this taken off of consent, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on this. I very much appreciate that since this came to finance, that the packet has been expanded and that it's much clearer what the criteria is. I really do very much appreciate that. It's, you know, it's not a small amount of money. It's $1 million. And I think that we need to be very clear how we're, the availability of it, the eligibility of it, and the criteria of it. The thing I would like to ask is, do you think that you would be able to provide us 90 days from now, and then again 90 days after that? So in other words, in 3 months, and then again in 6 months from now, a report giving us an update on what the status of evictions is. I mean, we've had the number presented to us of 5,700 evictions, which I don't have any way of knowing if that is even close to being right. I don't know how that data was gathered or presented to us, but I think that in 90 days, we'd have a better feel, and in 6 months from now, we'd have a better feel. So is it reasonable that we could have a report 90 days from now and then 6 months from now on the status, and also the status of how the distribution of the monies has gone?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Lindell, thank you for the question. I can certainly provide a status on the distribution of the funds. This will go out via a sole source, which we hope to have executed within 30 to 40 days. And then after that, we would start the distribution as quickly as we could. As for a report on the number of evictions, that is a difficult number to track. Our office does not track that per se. We track housing insecurity. We track through our Connect program the number of people who feel they're in danger of losing their housing in 30 days. I can certainly get you that number pre and post or and updates along the way. I might defer that question to Attorney McSherry, who has been very involved in our eviction prevention legal assistance, to see whether her office might be able to provide some data on with some regularity on that question.
Mayor Weber, councilors, that's the type of information that some of our local advocates have been trying to get from the courts. I wrote a letter in support of them being able to access that data with the administrative office of the courts, the Judicial Information Division. I think over a year ago, I wrote that letter. I think they've gotten some of that type of data. I would need to find out how able we are to access that for our jurisdiction. There's a lot of jurisdictional complications to track it in relation to our specific area. The courts don't track in relation to the city specifically, for one thing. And then they weren't categorizing the information in a way that was as helpful as our advocates would like, but I'm certainly happy to look into what information is available and if we've made any progress on that, because I think that was one of our challenges. I think the estimates were based on the advocates' interpersonal assessments that they were able to make themselves along with the court data they were able to get, but the court data wasn't specific to our jurisdiction and it wasn't quite specific to that question, particularly since there was a moratorium in place. So it was very difficult to assess the situation where there was legal constraints on being able to achieve a attempted eviction. So certain evictions have been permitted during the pandemic and others have been prohibited. So I'm happy to look into the information. We just don't have a perfect model to get it at this point, as far as I'm aware.
I understand. I'm just looking for, some type of information. It doesn't have to be, it can be within a couple of standard deviations of what the real number is. I'd just like to see really if we can put together some data of where we are with this instead of just going down a path without any real data. So that's all I had, saying I appreciate the additional information and getting information 3 months from now and 6 months from now. So that's all I have, Mayor, and thank you both very much.
Thank you, Councilor, and appreciate the question. Councilor Cassett, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kira, for being here, Director Ochoa. And thank you for working on this really challenging issue. I just want to make sure for anybody who is listening or watching who might want to see if they're eligible for these funds or know somebody who might be eligible for those funds, to really call out how somebody might be able to access that and make sure that's not lost in the shuffle. So Kira, can you please just state that? I know that we've discussed it a couple times, but just want to make sure that people know how to access these resources.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, within 30 to 45 days, I recommend people call 211.
Perfect. Thank you.
Tell us that they need the funds. They can also apply into our Connect portal online at the city website.
Wonderful. And then also with any of our Connect partners, correct?
Correct.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you so much for highlighting that. That was all.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Virile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is we're going to see how this is an important amount of funding that will be needed by people that are facing eviction. I'm just curious, Director Ochoa, what is the time frame to spend the amount, the $1 million?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Virile, we have, it will be a year-long contract. And so we'll have a year to spend the funds. I anticipate that we will probably expend the funds much more quickly than that.
Right. Yeah, that's it. I'm assuming. And also, given the we have the infrastructure in place for folks to apply and the ways that
Councilwoman, you've hit mute.
I didn't hit it. Somebody hit it. No, I'm just kidding. I think my computer just, I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you. I'm just curious about the time frame is going to be probably fast that folks will start applying and that we'll be distributing funds. So would you, based on Councilor Lindell's request, in 3 months, would you have data for us? Or is 6 months more realistic?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Virile, assuming we do have an executed contract, I do think 3 months is realistic, given how expedient our last distribution of funds was, and that the fact that the data on who's getting the funding is available to us in real time from our partner Up Together. I do anticipate that I'd be able to give an update to this body in 3 months.
Okay, just checking. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Director Ochoa, while we have you, I think this is a critically important issue, and I appreciate your being with us tonight with all the other things you're working on simultaneously, some happy and some sad. What other funds are available to help alleviate the potential crisis we're facing with the end of the eviction moratorium? There are state monies available, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. Yes, our state has, I understand, approximately $75 million in funding available to help people facing eviction. Those funds can be accessed via Connect program. Our Connect navigators will assist folks with the application process for those funds. And that information is also available on our city website. Our county has already mobilized some of their ARPA funds into Connect. So again, thank you for the question earlier, Councilor Cassett. Connect is a good way to access resources for a variety of needs, including rental assistance, food assistance, utilities, and transportation needs. We do know that many people pay their rent before they feed themselves. And so it's a variety of needs that can be met through Connect. Again, you can access Connect by calling 211.
And while we're on the subject of support that the city is trying to marshal, if our city attorney is available, could you just please give us a quick report on the legal fair that you helped create over the weekend at the GCCC and what that was and how many people you were able to help, and the lawyers who volunteered their time, the nonprofit groups that were on site? I think it's all part of this larger effort to recognize that we are reaching a different point in the COVID, the evolution of COVID, and we're trying to respond with agility and with compassion to the ongoing changes that COVID brings to the community. And your effort with free legal advice was, I think, exemplary as well. Maybe you could just give us an overview of that as well.
Sure, Mayor, councilors, I was going to give it during my updates if I didn't give it now, but I'm ready to go. So it was really actually a very enjoyable event. A bunch of city employees came together. Alexandra Ladd and Andrea Salazar essentially co-led it with me, and they were extremely helpful in preparing the space and getting groups together, in preparing materials for the attorneys, and preparing gift bags for the volunteers and for our participants, in coordinating with our library to have a children's table for kids who were there. So I do want to say thanks to both of them especially. And then also from my team, Irene Romero and Kendra Payne helped out. Christine Mahelsick and her team helped out. Rich Brown, Liz Camacho, Lee Logstrom from Community Economic Development were there to help out. Jeff Donlin from the library was there doing the children's table. Tenzin Lato, Alejandrino Salazar were there from ITT to make sure all our attorneys had wireless and that we had computers to print if we needed to. And the Chavez Center employees had the room ready to go. And it was, the community room is an excellent space for something like this. So I highly recommend it for other similar events. The Access to Justice Committee of the First Judicial Court co-sponsored so that we could get malpractice insurance through the State Bar Association, which was very key to this event because we weren't able to get it through our local insurer with the city. The First Judicial Bar Association sent out to all their membership to get volunteers. And we had 18 volunteer attorneys who were actively licensed. And we had 2 who were inactive who helped out with the event in general. Carl Summer, Tess Wilkes, Chris Grazier, Dev Atma Singh Khalsa, Nancy Long, Chris Pommier, Stuart Boutier, Allegra Love, Gary Lasky, Donna Connolly, Sheila Lewis, David Lorenz, Carlos Quinones, Luke Pierpont, Peter Schoenfeld, Nadine Padilla, Guy Bluff, and Kenneth Detro were the attorneys who are actively licensed who volunteered. And then the 2 inactive ones were Vicky Gavin and Mark Mowry. And these attorneys represent some of our most well-known firms all across the city, as well as many solo practitioners and nonprofits, and several from the state of New Mexico, actually. So we had just a great cross-section of the local bar. Mr. Quinones said he felt really proud to be part of the local bar based on our participation at such short notice. So it was really nice. A lot of these attorneys got to meet each other and see each other for the first time in a long time. The community groups that were there were Chainbreaker Collectives, Somos Un Pueblo Unido, Earth Care, the Fees and Fines Justice Center, LifeLink, and the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. And LifeLink and New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness were doing applications for the state funding, which is great. We had 37 formal intakes. Some of those were couples, so that was more, so a number of them were couples or families. So we served quite a few more people than 37, but it was 37 distinct requests for assistance. And 20 sought general legal advice as tenants, 12 sought legal advice about potential eviction, and 12 were looking for information about the moratorium on evictions. 30 of our intakes were seeking assistance with applications for rental assistance, and 28 were seeking assistance with utility payment assistance. About a third to a half of our intakes were Spanish speakers, and we were able to serve those folks. We had a number of Spanish speaking attorneys, and then we had a number of Spanish speaking volunteers. Because we had so many attorneys, no one was pressed for time. Everyone got to meet as long as they needed. It was wonderful. We actually could, so we felt like the promotion was very good, but we did have enough attorneys to cover everyone who came in, and no one really had to wait for longer than a few minutes to get a conflict check.
Thank you. That was a wonderful event. While I have the floor, I want to call to everybody's attention, if you're interested, the larger picture that we're dealing with and why Santa Fe is a leader in this issue. There's a report available on the web, America's Rental Housing 2022, sponsored by the Joint Center for Housing Studies of Harvard University. And the data in it, speaking to Councilor Lindell's interest in data, the data in this report are quite compelling, and I think they confirm the utilization of our funds to support hard-pressed renters. Some of the salient points. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of stable and affordable housing as the foundation for health and well-being. And it's not just housing. So many of the tenants who are pressed to pay the rent, in paying the rent, are forced to make a choice about how much money is left in their pocket for living expenses. In addition to, this is a direct quote, in addition to having lower incomes than homeowners, renters have far less wealth to tap in times of unemployment. In 2019, the median net wealth for all renter households was $6,300. This includes cash savings of $1,400, or barely more than the median monthly gross rent of $1,100. In dollar terms, more than 1/3 of renters earned less than $30,000 in 2019, including 18% with incomes under $15,000. Another direct quote, dedicating a large share of income to rent and utilities leaves little left for other necessities, including food and healthcare. In 2019, the median renter household had $2,400 each month to cover expenses other than housing. But cost-burdened households with incomes below $30,000 had just $360 to spend each month, an amount that would not cover basic needs in even the most affordable areas of the country. So I recommend this document. It's available on the web, America's Rental Housing 2022, produced by the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University. The data are clear and compelling. The need is across the country, and our allocation of $1 million in this way is not only about preventing evictions, it's about helping people make it through this next transition period of COVID as we struggle to return to something more sustainable, economically viable, and equitable for the people of Santa Fe. So I salute our team for putting this together. Director Ochoa, you and your team are continuing to do outstanding work, leading the way in recognizing the socioeconomic costs of COVID and using city resources to address them. Thank you for doing that. Other questions or comments before we move to a vote? I don't see any other hands, so Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill,
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you, Director Ochoa. Madam Clerk, the next item that was taken off of consent, please.
Yes, the next item that was removed was item R. This was removed by Councilor Lindell. This is a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a BAR, in the Arts and Culture Department in the amount of $300,000 to fund community gallery, citywide exhibition and programming, arts education, cultural investment funding program, CIFP, and Culture Connects focused projects and programming. Colleen Kamiyama, our Arts and Culture Department Director, is the staff listed for this item.
Okay, once again, I'll entertain a motion and then turn the floor over to Councilor Lindell.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. It was Councilor Cassett and Councilor Michael Garcia. Councilor Lindell, you took this from consent. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just a few questions about this. I talked about it in finance. So I'll try to be brief with it. In looking at the $120,000 for the Cultural Investment Funding Program, I'm curious why, two things. Why everybody, we have 24 previous recipients, and why everyone's getting the same amount of money with this, and was there any criteria for receiving this money, or was it just an across-the-board distribution?
Director Kamiyama, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, thank you very much for being able to share some of the insight about the request for supplemental funding. The Cultural Investment Funding Program, if I may, CIFP, these applicants or these awardees had gone through an online submittal process for all three categories. So we have three categories: digital collaborative impact, and then we have traditional marketing impact, category A for those over 500,000 in their budget, and then category B for below. So these are all existing funded organizations, arts and culture nonprofits for this fiscal year. We are taking the opportunity to look at reinstating our budget, and one way to do that, since we've been severely impacted, as all the city budgets have since the pandemic, to provide necessary and vital funding to help our arts and culture nonprofits continue with the recovery. They were hit with the pandemic, then Delta, then Omicron, and this is one way to do it. You bring up a really great thought for me, Councilor Lindell, is that I was being fair that all the existing organizations who have been vetted and had received awards would have received 5,000 across the board. But if we look at the equity lens, then really for consideration, if we were to be approved, was that perhaps a smaller organization should receive more. Larger organizations have larger budgets and have a more diverse funding stream. So that is something to take under consideration.
I agree. And so there wasn't really any criteria of any application. This was just any group that had received funding prior is getting a $5,000 award.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, because of the timeline, we don't have time to go back through open call, which is what we do for the CIFP program. And so in order to support those organizations who have been funded currently, that is my approach. Again, we are hoping that in subsequent years, the CIFP budget, as well as the arts and culture budget, will grow and we can reinstate the budget. And in fiscal year 1920, our budget for the CIFP was over 900,000. In fiscal year 2021, it was reduced to 320,000. This current fiscal year, we were allocated another 100,000, and instead of hiring a vacant position, we put that towards CIFP budget, bringing it up to 420,000. So this additional 120,000 would bring us back up to over 500,000. And again, next fiscal year, we're hoping to do the same with our budget expansion proposal.
Okay. Let's move on to the FE.MOUS campaign. I'm looking for $50,000 for that. It says it's a comprehensive digital marketing plan. Is it a comprehensive digital marketing plan for the individual artist?
So this is the famous campaign. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell. It's the famous campaign, and it's helping us to further promote cultural tourism, but at a different angle. So the tourism department looks at tourism in general, and we're looking at cultural tourism as what makes the city different. And part of that is our local celebrities, but it's our local celebrities in context to what makes our city so interesting. So think of it as a Lonely Planet or a Rough Guide. It's those places where people go when you ask your friend, like, where's a place to go? What are the things about it? And so we are promoting not the individual, although the individuals help tell the story of place. And whether that's through music, through visual arts, performing arts, nature, it's a comprehensive package. We did our launch with the first 3 local celebrities, and we hope to expand that in order to tell a more fuller story of the cultural richness that resides here in Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. And so we are working to look at a digital campaign that seems to be the most effective, and then also to bring it down to have programming now that we're coming into recovery, into being more in person, and to have workshops and in-person activities. And that helps with tourism, that helps with our local economy, and that also helps the folks who live here as well.
So does the $50,000 cover the phase 2 where you're looking at 6 additional profiles?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, yes, as well as programming. and as well as, so the editing, the shooting, the editing of the pieces, as well as the programming, as well as any media buys that we may have to do. So it's when I call the comprehensive, that's the package.
Okay, I am curious how that gets promoted, because I'm around here a fair amount, and I'm not familiar. Not familiar with the FE, the famous campaign. I'm not sure how that's been promoted. That I never saw it, never seen it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell. So we had a very social media wise was through Facebook, I believe Instagram, and we worked with Sunny 505 to help promote that. And we're also looking to expand that. Again, we did it with very small funding with 20,000 as our initial, and we're looking to expand that with more media buys. And we also have a website that, a microsite on tourism's platform, because our city platform is a little bit limiting, so we can direct people there. And again, as we build out programming, that will help further cast a wider net of promotion. And I need to do, so I also am hearing from you that we need to do a better job, and we shall do that.
The next one is 50,000 on the Cultural History Virtual Reality Tour. Is this an app?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, we're hoping it will be an app, or at least part of a game. We are looking at really focusing at this moment in our history on a national level here, about celebrating our cultural history. And one way to do that, so that we're hitting the multi-generational spectrum, is gaming. So whether that is an app or a game platform or Snapchat, we're looking at either virtual reality or augmented reality to bring that to life. So our city historian, Valerie Rangel, is creating a GIS story map with lots of data. And one way to bring that to life and bring that into classrooms to be a little bit more engaging, as well as tell our story on a regional and national level, is to have this very exciting technology. Again, we're looking at generations, not just old folks and young, but the whole, from kids to adults to seniors. And it's a really great way for us to expand the story maps and the history and have that grow. And we're looking, really encouraging to have an educational component that can be taught in schools, or can be used in different types of programming and things that we connect through our community gallery as well.
So how would this be promoted?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, through social media, which is a very powerful tool. We would also look to partner with our schools, through our gallery, and through different, I wouldn't say we would do certain media buys, but we would definitely push that out, and then also find out with tourism department, with Director Randall and his team, that there's ways that we can insert that into their promotions as well, so that there's cross promotion throughout, and that we're not working at odds, but working together to further promote the city and doing it at a different angle.
I think that, promoting arts and culture, it's central to this city. And there's lots and lots of good ideas, great ideas. But there's also lots and lots of great ideas that we never are able to promote so that they can live up to what they really are. And I think getting them promoted is really paramount. No matter how good it is, if we don't promote it and get it to the public, we haven't completed our job. And that's what concerns me about this. So is the city historian, Ms. Rangel, is she the person that will do this, that will put this together?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, so this is an idea that we have presented, and once we are funded, we will work with the city historian, Ms. Virile, as well as the technology firm in which to further develop this. So it will be done in collaboration. But
Do we have a technology firm already selected?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, no, we do not, but I have been in preliminary discussion just to learn more about what the possibilities are. So I can't move forward until I know that I have funding.
So all of this funding for this $300,000 is all of this coming out of, I see different numbers, different places for it. Is most of this lodger's tax?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, I believe it is lodger's tax, but I would defer that question to the finance director to be certain, but I believe it is lodger's tax.
Director McCoy, I know you're here. Did you hear the question? Oh, I thought I knew you were here.
She was here earlier. I'm not sure she's still here. We have certain obligations under lodger's tax in that any project that we spend those monies on has to be used to promote tourism. And I think that we need to be careful about that and always aware that that's what we have in mind with our projects, that we're promoting tourism, because that's specifically what these monies are allocated for. Couple of these projects concern me a little bit on how they really promote tourism. I see Ms. McCoy is back.
Yeah, let's ask the director of our finance department. The question, I'm not sure you heard it, was the source of the funds that would go into the art and culture project. Is it lodger's tax? Is it GRT? Where are the dollars coming from? And if it is lodger's tax, what are the requirements that need to be met in order to qualify?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, yes, the source of the funds for the initiatives that Director Kamiyama has brought forward at this time are additional lodger's tax funds that have been generated through the first half of fiscal year 22 above what was originally budgeted.
Thank you.
So back to you, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. So let's just for a moment go back to the $120,000 on the Cultural Invest Funding Program. Does the department get reports from those 24 groups on how they have utilized those monies? Or are they not specific that it's just they're allowed to use those monies however they please?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, so part of the application for that gets reviewed and evaluated does ask for their budget of how the funds would be spent along with the narrative and about the projects that they are promoting. So at the end of this fiscal year, they will submit final reports. We ask for information on owned, earned, and I forgot the other one. My mind just went like there's 3 types of media.
That's all right. That's all right.
So yes, there will be a report that they submit.
Yeah, it's okay that you forgot that one. Not a big deal. So on the famous campaign, what's our time frame on that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, these funds do have to be spent by June 30th. And so they would be done by June 30th. So the marketing pieces, so the video clips would be done and then also start to be pushed out, but then we would also be able to use those as marketing assets continually.
Okay, I'm going to ask you if you would be able to get back to me with, once these funds are allocated and spent, if you would be able on the famous campaign and on the virtual reality tour to give me more of a final report on those and how the promotion of those programs is being done.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I yield the floor, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other questions or comments for Director Kamiyama? I would just second what the director said when she began to explain the program. We are a city of arts and culture. It's in our DNA. It's in our identity. It's deeply rooted in Santa Fe. And I think the COVID toll on investing in our grassroots arts programs, individuals, small nonprofits, as well as some of our more famous ones, it's been a season of struggle for many of them. And so it is in all of our interests to add more support to them as we can, and to Councilor Lindell's point, to make sure we know how the dollars are spent and to see the benefits, the fruit of all that investment. And I'm hoping we'll see some great work come forward, and we'll be able to celebrate it as something we were able to do as a governing body, coming through COVID to the next chapter, in a way of resuscitating, restoring, recognizing just how critical arts and culture is to Santa Fe, to everybody, the producers, the enjoyers, the purchasers, the tourists, the residents, all of whom find arts and culture at the heart and soul of our community. So I think it's an investment that we should be making, and I appreciate Director Kamiyama, you're bringing it forward. It's a really important part of our portfolio. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I note it is 7 p.m. on the dot. I would entertain a motion to change our order of business to move now to the comments, communications from the floor, giving the public an opportunity to speak to us, and then we'll come back to our regular order of business if we can get a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
The motion to change the order so we go to petitions from the floor at 7 p.m. and a second. Madam Clerk, did you get both of those?
I got the motion from Councilor Romero Ward, and I have the second from Councilor Cassett. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect.
Can you call the roll, please?
Yes, I can. Councilor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
All right, motion has been approved.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, if you could take a look at our attendees room and offer each individual who is there the opportunity to speak. And you please also be the timekeeper for us, so we are able to be consistent in the amount of time each individual has under our new rules.
You got it, Mayor. The first person, there's a first name. It's Adrian. Adrian. I've asked you to unmute. Yep, there you go.
Make sure Adrian knows how long she has, Madam Clerk.
Adrian, you have 2 minutes to speak and I'll have a timer going. So when you hear the beeps, that is your cue to wrap up.
Wonderful. Can I just confirm that no one can see me? It's sort of weird because I can see all these other people, but not myself. Okay, great. Hi, my name is Adrian Harvitz. Do you need me to say where I live?
No, it's fine.
Okay, well, I'll tell you anyway. I live on Lake Carmelita, which is statistically categorically Midtown. So thank you for all the attention that you guys have been giving, you guys, gals, folks, however you identify, everyone. I'm addressing everyone. Thank you for including my neighborhood in your concerns. I was thrilled to see the work of UNM and so many wonderful organizations to really consider the voices and the true wants and needs of our community, and I appreciate it so very much. I also would like to thank Mrs. Kamayama for her attention to not only the culture and arts of our community, but education around them. As a community that I know, we all know, continues to land very low to the national trends of caring about education. I see every initiative she spoke about through the use of social media, digital media, and efforts to spread communications around the culture of this community to also be about education. And if we're going to save education in New Mexico, it needs to go beyond the walls of our failing classrooms. So thank you, Mrs. Kamayama, from a mother, from someone with a master's degree in education, and from someone with an undergraduate degree from College of Santa Fe in communications. I think you're on the mark, and I really support everything you're trying to do with the Cultural Affairs Department. But I wanted to mostly speak in support of Councilor Villarial's efforts recently to try and leverage support and action for traffic control and speed mitigation in the Midtown area, specifically around Agua Fria, because, excuse me, sorry. Hey, you guys, make the dogs quiet, please. Because of the new development projects. Sorry about that. As we know, if you've even driven down, excuse me, if you've even driven down Agua Fria, it's kind of a speedway, which is silly, but anything we can do to slow that traffic down would be necessary. My lovely dogs, who I was actually going to mention anyway, one thing I would say is that walking down Agua Fria, which is a neighborhood activity, is not even fun for them. They're scared to walk. They're scared to walk down Agua Fria even, and my dog's part pit bull. It's a dangerous road, and our neighborhoods all deserve to be more walkable and pedestrian friendly as part of cultural vibrancy and quality of life. So please support Councilor Villarreal's efforts to do what we can as things. Sorry. Okay. And this has been a public service announcement for Santa Fe Animal Shelter also. No, I'm just kidding. That's what you get when you have a new puppy. Hey, you guys, stop. All I'm just trying to say is that this community is for all of us, and with development's great, but we need to all be able to walk safely too. So please support that traffic control. Sorry about that. That was really embarrassing. Have a
Thank
great
you. Thank you. That was delightful.
Not quite, but you are a kind man. Good night.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, I will just note that I did give a little bit of additional time for that one. So, just a quick note. Stephanie Beninato, you've been asked to unmute.
Thank you very much. And yes, I thought that was quite funny with the dog myself. It was a little humorous break there. I wanted to point out to you all that there was no public comment button for this meeting. So there was no way to make comments about any of the item agendas that you could have done, or to make public comments from the floor or comments from the floor. And the comments from the floor button has been missing on several other occasions, but this is the first one I can remember where you couldn't make any comment on any item. And really, I think that doesn't promote transparency. It doesn't promote transparency either when you come into City Hall and you go to the mayor's and city manager's offices and they're locked and nobody's there. It really is, it's a very negative statement about our city, I think. And then, of course, this week or last week, perhaps, Salvador Perez water heater for the pool died because in the $2.5 million renovation, nobody thought about replacing this very old heater. why bother? New tile is so much more important. And so now the pool is closed indefinitely. What does that mean, indefinitely? When is it going to be fixed? When is it going to be reopened? We spent $2.5 million on that facility. And then my other question is that Artful Life has put out a request for proposal for people to come forward with art pieces and monuments and things like that to incorporate community values. And I think that could be an appropriate part of this process. But given that they've only had 2 actual citywide meetings, that is not private groups or nonprofits or school groups, but a random mix of citizens with very directed, specific questions. I really wonder how somebody could think that they would be incorporating our community's values when we haven't even really had that discussion. So I really feel like it's really premature, not really sure why it's happening at this point. I'd like to bring it to your attention. And I'd also like to ask why it is that you all, the city council, are going to get diversity training through Artful Life. I don't think that was part of the original contract. I do think it's necessary, but not necessarily through Artful Life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there other people in the attendee room at this time?
No, Mayor. But I do want to note if anybody would like to speak, they can absolutely raise their hand, and that is how we identify individuals who would like to talk, is by raising their hand. Sorry, so to make that clear. But there are no other individuals with their hand raised.
In that case, I think that completes that opportunity. I'm going to propose a 15-minute break. If anybody wants to stretch, we've been going for 2 good hours. We've covered some ground. We've got a couple more items to deal with, or one at least, that got taken off of consent, and then more work to do. But I think we're moving along at a good clip. And if anybody needs a stretch, grab a quick bite to eat. It's 7:09. If we get back together at, let's say, 7:25, we can resume our work at that time. So let's adjourn or take a suspend activities until 7:25. Thanks, everybody. right, by my clock, it is 7:25. If we can reassemble. Time to, Councilor Lindell, time to polish off that last piece of vanilla ice cream you've been savoring. I know what you were doing.
Chocolate.
And Councilwoman Virile is finishing hers up too. These are long meetings, and if we don't take a break every once in a while to stretch and get a bite to eat, there is social science evidence that says that judges are much less good at listening to cases before lunch than after lunch. So we should avail ourselves of the necessary self-care that makes for better meetings, even if it slows us down for 15 minutes. So I shouldn't assume, Madam Clerk, are we all back in business? Are you back in business?
I am back in business, Mayor. I was actually changing my name from return at 7:45 to Christine.
Yeah, I was interested to see that the box labeled return at 7:25 p.m. turned out to be you.
It's true.
There you are.
I'm sneaky like that. I put messages up for the public so they so they know we'll be back.
You're self-effacing.
Yes,
all right.
You know, that goes.
Everybody else
all,
present and
yes.
accounted for. Thank you for everybody for taking the little 15-minute break. It was useful and necessary. Madam Clerk, I believe the next item on our agenda, if we go back to regular order, was the item that was removed from consent letter T as in Thomas.
You are correct, Mayor. Item T as in Thomas, it was pulled by Councilor Cassett. It's request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution, a bar in the Parks Division of the Parks Department in the amount of $1,040,000 to fund improvements in various city parks. Melissa McDonald is our Parks and Open Space Division Director. She is the staff listed for this item, and she is now on screen. Hi, Melissa.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion, and then Councilor Cassett, turn it over to you.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. And Councilor Cassett, you had this taken from consent. You have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Melissa, for being here. I pulled this item mostly because there's a number of things on here, but there is one thing in particular that I am very excited about, and that would be the resurfacing of the tennis courts, including Herb Martinez, which resides in District 4. So Melissa, I was hoping that you could provide a bit more information. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the order in which tennis courts will be resurfaced. If you could speak a little bit to that, and then our potential timeline of what this is going to look like.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you so much for the opportunity. And we are thrilled to be here. It's been a little bit of a game in itself, but we're really excited about it. And so what we have going on is we've prioritized the tennis courts in order of importance. We're looking at them from critical to good. And the ones that are highest in need are Herb Martinez, Lara Goite, and Atalaya. So those are going to be our first ones. Those tennis courts will be completely redone and be new tennis courts. And this is so exciting for our tennis community because these courts have just a lot of problems, big gaps, and they're in some cases pretty dangerous. And we were in the process of decommissioning Herb Martinez. So that's going to be the one that we start out with. These courts are going to be concrete, so they will last 20 years and maybe even 30 years. So these are not resurfacing, these are new, and it's very exciting. Then once we're done with the courts that we're completely rebuilding, we're going to shift to doing some maintenance work so that our courts that are in okay shape or fair shape will stay in good shape. And so we're going to be resurfacing at Ron Shirley Alto Park, Salvador Perez, those would be the next courts. So we anticipate starting this Herb Martinez work immediately. As soon as this passes, if you pass it, we will begin working on getting that contract in place. We will be coming forward in the next couple weeks to look at the funding options for both Laragoite and Atalaya. And then we'll probably do some at the end, have a little break in the summer because these will be going on. We want to leave some room for tennis players to have courts to play on. So we are spacing them out between spring and into summer.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Melissa. And I know that you mentioned, you referred to, it's been a little bit of a game for yourself of trying to put together these dollars. And I really want to thank you for your attention to this and for staying on it and for really puzzle piecing together funding. And I know that it's been something that you've stayed focused on. And I cannot thank you enough. And I know the tennis community is really grateful. I would say that I would be out there on those courts, but I am a hazard with a tennis racket, so I will not be on those courts, but I really appreciate that other people will be, and I will cheer them on. The other one that I wanted to just thank you for is, it doesn't sound as exciting, but there's also dollars on here for median mowers, gearing up for the weed season. So I want to thank you for your attention to that and making sure that we have the equipment necessary to take care of weeds. We know that this is something that we deal with every season, and it's really important that our staff has the gear that they need and the equipment that they need in order to take care of it. So thank you for your attention there and for putting those dollars there. I don't have any further questions or comments at this time.
Thank you, Counselor. Others who wish to ask or comment on this bar or ask Director McDonald other questions about parks? Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate it. There are no other questions. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Excuse me. Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Yay! Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Cool. Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Director McDonald. Very good. Could you take us to the next item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I can. Alrighty. The next item on the agenda is now, sorry, Mayor, give me 1 second. I'm flipping between a hard copy agenda and a regular one because we appear to have some Prime Gov stuff going on. So the next item is 10A. It's an action item. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's a resolution extending the state of emergency as proclaimed by the mayor on January 25th, 2022 by 47 days. I'll explain that in one more second. It's expiring at noon on April 25th, 2022 pursuant to section 20-1.3 SFCC 1987. So I do want to note that I'm reading the caption as 47 days. Not sure if Aaron Sherry had additional information, but we originally had it listed as 49 days. It is actually 47 days. It's less number of days than what's listed on the caption. So the motion is for 47 days. I hope that makes it very clear. Aaron, let me know if I need to make any more clarifications to that.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Christine. I would just say that we wouldn't want to do it for longer than what's on the caption. But if we can do it for less, then I think or for fewer days, we calculated it through the Wednesday initially and then through the Monday. The Monday is what we recommend.
Okay. Can I get a motion and then we'll take discussion?
Move to approve.
And a
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now I'll open the floor for discussion if anybody has a hand up. Counselor Lindell, your hand's up, followed by Counselor Kenseth.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We've talked about this before. I don't know if you can, if you want to speak to this, or maybe City Attorney McSherry wants to speak to. We've talked about the camping, and there is mention of that in this. Would you like to address it, Mayor?
I think I'll turn it over to either the city manager or the city attorney who've been working with Director Ochoa on the reference that's in the document itself, but I think they can expand on it. Mr. Blair, is that something you could speak to?
Yes, sir. Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, thank you for that question. Director Ochoa and myself have been working, primarily Director Ochoa is very much the lead on this, about, pardon me, moving towards a new policy around encampments within Santa Fe. What we know right now is that there's not an appetite to continue doing what we've been doing during the COVID pandemic. At the same time, we know that what was working or what the city was doing prior to that was very much expensive and not working as well. And so we are working on, and we haven't made it to all the counselors yet, but we're working on sharing a PowerPoint presentation. If you haven't seen it yet, I apologize yet. We're trying to get it to everyone. That sort of lays out what would be a next step, where we have designated encampment zones in every district of Santa Fe. The benefit of that are many, including it moves encampment facilities to places that we've designated as sort of being safe, both for the people living in the encampments and the people in surrounding communities, that they have greater access to services that the city provides, like the ARUs, mobile hygiene units. It helps get these people living in the encampments into our system. And so we are working towards that sort of a policy. And so what the Park Commission does, I would refer to McSherry, City Attorney McSherry, with regard to the details in the proclamation, but is directing me as city manager to begin working towards that next step in the encampment process. And as if I may quote you from this morning, Councilor Lindell, there are two things people don't like: the way things are now and change. But we are going to change for something toward the future. Thank you, Councilor.
Can I continue, Mayor?
Yes, you still have the floor, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're working on it, that we're acknowledging that we've talked about it before. It's a part of the emergency proclamation that has been certainly most uncomfortable for me. And I really hope that we can move forward on that as quickly as possible. It's caused tremendous consternation for lots and lots of people, myself included. I've never been particularly comfortable with it, but I'm glad that we are putting together a plan so that that will hopefully be behind us soon. Thank you, Mr. Blair, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. If I could embellish just a bit on what the city manager said. Before the advent of COVID, our policy was to wait for complaints from the community and then send in city employees from fire, parks, police, other parts of the city to tear down encampments. The last time we calculated the cost of that, it was something in the vicinity of $3.4 million, and it simply tore down that encampment and chased people to the next one. When COVID hit, we were advised, in addition to standing up the Midtown campus as an emergency shelter, we were advised by the CDC as a matter of national policy that letting encampments stay in place was advantageous as a health matter, that we knew where they were, we knew who they were. We had outreach to provide medical services. and leaving people in place as long as they did not represent a health hazard to themselves or to the surrounding community was a way to keep from the spread of COVID. We actually had people in encampments being visited by, I know our fire chief at the time personally adopted the work of taking food and health supplies as much as he could. Chief Babcock set a remarkable example in doing that. Now, as we said earlier, with the end of the moratorium on evictions, we're entering another chapter with COVID, and I think it's appropriate to revisit many of our policies, but in particular, the one involving encampments. There are examples in other cities. Some of the members of the council have visited the facility down in Las Cruces. Others know about the program in Denver that actually provide safe oversight and safe encampment areas with security as well as hygiene. And while we have not yet completely fleshed that out, it seems to be in many communities the next evolution of an encampment policy that provides a better solution than either tearing encampments down and chasing people away, or simply letting folks settle wherever they will, as long as it's not in a waterway or in an area that could produce an endangered space. It's not fully completed, and the city manager is, in this new order, directed to do that work to bring it forward. Mr. Blair, your hand is also up. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought a little more context might be helpful.
No, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Lindell, I hope that you and Councilor Virile both also received the notice that we did from one of your constituents about the really extraordinary cleanup job that was done at the encampment behind Santa Fe Spa. So it looks pretty pristine, as if nobody was ever there. And we're grateful for everyone who contributed to making that cleanup happen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Okay, Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I greatly apologize that I did not notice this and flag it in a better timeliness, but there is no attachment P showing the current proclamation. So I was hoping that Attorney McSherry could let us know if there have been any changes with this proclamation from the last one, if there are any differences, because I am not seeing that in the Prime Gov packet at this time. Only the updated resolution.
Well, that's a good question for the public to be briefed on it as well. So, City Attorney, if you wanted to give us the bullet points of the changes that have been introduced in this version, I think it'd be productive for everybody to hear them.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I'd be happy to. And I think what happened is Jesse would automatically add that for us after the Monday when it was signed, since it's signed after the agenda is posted. I forgot to ask someone to post it this week because I got so reliant on Jesse just doing things automatically. So apologies about that. It is posted on our main website, and there was a press release that went out about it. But the main changes were some updates to all the numbers about our percent vaccination rate, the deaths, which did go up to almost 250. We're approaching that number in Santa Fe County. We did update the order to on a few levels for the city manager. So increasing in-person services and access to public meetings in person when it's no longer difficult or impossible to do so. So that is consistent with the Open Meetings Act and is something we all need to be keeping in mind as we become more able to meet in person. Then proposing a new strategy to replace the existing encampment policy, which is what we were just talking about, which would include considerations of the well-being of those experiencing homelessness, as well as the safety and well-being of neighborhoods. And also to work with the finance and utilities departments to facilitate utility customer access to emergency relief funds. Some of those funds are in the state relief funds we were speaking about earlier that are available for rental assistance as well. And we also added there's an order, or the mayor is directing me to review proposals to amend the city's laws, including the emergency orders, to discourage housing instability and encourage landlords to collaborate with their tenants to improve housing stability. So we've received a number of proposals from advocates, so we are reviewing those now. And then extending the local prohibition on taking action towards evictions until the New Mexico Supreme Court order expires, or March 31st, whichever is later. Right now, we don't know when in March the order might expire, and so the idea here is to give more certainty as to that timeline. So it would be at least until March 31st, which might be the same as the Supreme Court. We're not sure. It may be as late as the last day in March, or it may be as early as any day before the last day in March. Right now, we don't know.
Thank you so much, Attorney McSherry. And yes, I understand the lack of Jesse sometimes. I've had that happen to me a couple times this week too. So, and can you just, again, for the public, so they know where they can view this, I know I did see it come through on the press release, but where on the website would the public be able to access this for anybody that is listening?
Absolutely. Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, if you go to the city website homepage and you just scroll down, there's a COVID link to all sorts of COVID resources. And if you click there, you can access this proclamation. And I believe the prior ones are there as well, but they're also, the prior ones are all part of this packet because we had them on Friday. This proclamation we didn't have until Monday because it wasn't signed until then.
I think the city clerk's hand is up as well.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, and I just wanted to add additional, it's located in multiple, it's linked in multiple locations. So including the homepage of the website where Attorney McSherry noted, under news and announcements as part of the press release, and then on the COVID page. So yes, there's 3 locations that it can be accessed. I will also upload it so that it is available as part of this packet as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you, Attorney McSherry, for going through those changes with us and with the public. That is all.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
I think you had the same question as Councilwoman Cassett, but in hearing your updates, Attorney McSherry or Ms. McSherry, I was wondering about changes to the mask wearing in city facilities.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Yvetta, yes. We had already taken out the mask requirements through amendments to the prior orders. I think it was within a couple, maybe within 24 hours of when the state did. So now we have masks are encouraged signage on the city facilities. They're no longer required.
All right, and I didn't hear anything official, but Mr. Blair, did you reopen the convention center to normal activity, pre-pandemic activity?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivetta, thank you for that question, sir. The proclamation directs me to begin working on these practices to reopen facilities to pre-COVID levels to the capacity that they are still safe. We haven't done so yet, but that falls in the same line as making these meetings begin to be these governing body meetings in public. There are a variety of things that we are unwinding to some extent from the actions you all took 2 years ago at the beginning of the pandemic. So we haven't done yet, but it's on the list of things for us to do.
Well, I think the convention center's ahead of you then, because they've, I went to an event there 2 Saturdays ago that had a large number of people there. They used the entire ballroom floor for an event. So it's pretty large. And I don't know if there's anything regarding that language, Ms. McSherry.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivetta, I think that the convention center was primarily limited a few orders or quite a while back with the number of people that can be in gatherings, but that wasn't in the last probably few orders. The convention center was probably primarily restricted in terms of requiring people to wear masks. I'm not sure what other remaining restrictions they had in place.
So that's been removed as well with the
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivetta, the number of people limitations have been removed for quite a while.
Okay. Let's see if there was anything else. I think that was it. I think you covered everything else. Let me just make sure. There was a recommendation that all individuals comply with recommendations from the CDC. So I assume since that's just a recommendation, it's really to whatever people's comfort level is.
However, Councilor Rivera, that's correct.
Yeah, and is the CDC still making a different recommendation than what the state and the city have been doing?
However, Councilor, for masking or for something else?
Masking specifically.
I think Santa Fe is still considered high risk, at least in certain categories of assessment. So under CDC's recommendation, I think CDC would recommend masks. So I think we are encouraging masks.
Right. Okay. I think that was it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments? Counselor Lindell, you want a second bite at the apple? No, thank you. Okay, Counselor Michael Garcia's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know why I don't have the hand function, maybe because I always forget to put my hand down.
It's okay.
But just wanted to follow up on, I guess, the questions that Councilor Rivera had in regards to masking, because I did have some questions when the state made the determination to lift the mandate and we began to lift mandates on our end, and how that impacted the mask ordinance we passed a couple of years ago, and how what changed a couple weeks ago impacted the ordinance. And I guess I don't know if City Manager Blair could update us, because it was my understanding that the mask ordinance expired last summer. So Mr. Blair, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. If you can help us understand that life cycle of the mask ordinance.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that question. There are actually no words in my mouth for you to put, so I appreciate that, because I'm going to defer to our distinguished City Attorney McSherry to talk to you about what happened last summer.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia and City Manager Blair. So our mask ordinance, which did pass prior to when City Manager Blair took his position, says that the effective date is that the Public Health Protection Ordinance, which is the ordinance that has the mask requirement, shall go into effect immediately upon its adoption and shall expire when the Center for Disease Control withdraws its face covering recommendation related to the pandemic, it's COVID-19 pandemic, as that recommendation applies to the city. So last summer, the CDC did lift its recommendation as it related to vaccinated people, and then as it related to unvaccinated people in certain circumstances. I don't know if you all remember, there was kind of this big chart and it had kind of like masking, unmasking, masking, unmasking. But for most people who are vaccinated, there was basically no longer a recommendation for masking. The city of Santa Fe is overwhelmingly a majority vaccinated. So over the overwhelming majority of people in Santa Fe, the CDC no longer recommended masking. Later, the CDC recommended masking again. Our ordinance didn't say if the CDC changes its mind, this ordinance will come back into existence, or come back into applicability. So then we put in an orders for city facilities only at some point, and then the state again reimposed masking requirements for all facilities. And then the state lifted theirs and we lifted ours.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney McSherry. So do we need to take any action on that ordinance, or is it sunsetted, and should it be part of this proclamation?
Mayor Weber, Councilor, as to the CDC recommendation, it is sunsetted. I don't remember if there's anything else. It does seem like it is essentially sunsetted, and we wouldn't really be able to do anything with a proclamation with it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I did notice a couple typos in the proclamation, if we wanted to correct that now, or how we wanted to address it as a body, but just simple typos. Instead of 2020, it says 2021. one. I think there's an extra digit on there in two instances. Nothing major in that instance, but I think given our new rules, we have to have everything in writing and whatnot. This is where I wish we were a little more flexible to make the quick amendment. So I don't know how we should move forward with making these corrections, because it seems like the resolutions are used as a template. So I did see it was an error in the prior one as well. And I think if we should maybe correct it, that way it doesn't become an error in the next one. But I didn't know how the governing body would want to address it. It is on page 1, line 20. March says March 23rd, 2020, and then it has an extra 2. And then that's again on page 2, line 6, right after September 28th, 2020, and the extra digit of 2. So I don't know if it's that major where we need to amend it, but just wanted to bring it to folks' attention.
Good catch. I think we can probably clean that up without having to amend the resolution. I mean, if it's a typo and not substantive, we can just go back in and clean it up as we move it forward, assuming we adopt it. And in general, I think it's good to get these things right. I agree with you, Counselor.
With that, just correct the typos and no other comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? If there are no other comments or questions, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. All right, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Ward,
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. The next item, Madam Clerk.
Is matters from the city manager. There he is.
Hi, everybody. Mr. Mayor, councilors, hope you're all doing well. I have a sort of a litany of things to run through here with you briefly. Through the busyness of the last week or so, I have failed to send you the contracts that I've signed over $60,000. I will send you that email tonight before I go to bed. I apologize for that. Going forward, our intent will be that our city clerk's going to pull a list for me at the end of every calendar month, and I'll send those to you. So what I'm going to send you tonight will have the handful of contracts, I think it's less than 10, that I've signed for over $60,000 since I started on January 13th through the end of February. So that will be coming your way tonight. I just quickly want to sort of echo what the mayor has said and just express my gratitude to City Attorney McSherry for this eviction prevention legal fair. Hopefully it's the first of many, but outside of City Attorney's leadership in bringing nonprofit groups together, getting attorneys together, we really saw a whole of city government effort, a lot of working across departments in making this a success. And I thought it was just really an extraordinary example of our team working together for the benefit of the city. So thank you, City Attorney, for getting that done. It really was extraordinary. I also want to flag, since the last time we met, we had a really great recruitment event that our HR director, Bernadette Salazar, participated in with the Boys and Girls Club at their site at at Santa Fe Place. We had a number of really great success stories come out of that event. A number of young people apply to be lifeguards, apply to work on summer parks crews with our summer programs. And so we're going to continue collaborating and working in every way we can to help ensure that we're recruiting as many great people in Santa Fe as we can. So congratulations to our HR director, Salazar, for making sure we took part in that and got it done. We are feverishly working with Finance Director McCoy and her team and all of our department directors on our FY23 budget proposals. I know that we'll be meeting with you, I believe, starting next month, both in committee and then towards the end of the month. But we've got some really exciting stuff that we think really helps tell a really compelling story about the good things that we're doing on behalf of the people of Santa Fe. So more will be coming about that as well. We are wrapping up our interviews for Deputy City Manager this week. We had tried to complete them last week. Some activities required that we postponed to this week, but we've got some great candidates I'm really excited about. And so we're hopeful in the next week or two, we'll be in a place that we're announcing who our new Deputy City Manager is. So thank you for your support of that. We have landed on a land use director, and we will be making that a public announcement later this week. So stay tuned in your inboxes to learn more about that. But we had a really extraordinary collaborative process led by Director Rich Brown, and we're really excited about what's going to be coming. So we'll have more for you about that in the near future. I want to say thank you to our city clerk primarily, and to everyone who helped make what I thought was a really successful COVID-19 memorial event on Monday. Thanks to all of you for coming and participating in the event. I know that I won't steal all of the city clerk's thunder, but her team really did an extraordinary job pulling that event together, working with faith groups, working with other organizations around Santa Fe to sort of make it a whole of Santa Fe event. I particularly enjoyed the rendition of We Are the World from the Santo Nino choir at the end. And I'm happy to provide coordinated dancing lessons to all of the counselors who are interested for the next time they come around and sing. Beyond that, thank you all as well for participating over these last few days and meeting with our finalists in the police chief search. We had some busy mornings where the finalists came in, met with all of you, met with the mayor, met with Director Ochoa, myself, and with City Attorney McSherry. Press release went out earlier today, I think in the late afternoon, announcing that we will be holding our final public event tomorrow night. It'll start at 6 o'clock. It'll be live on our YouTube page, where we will be taking questions that were submitted from the community survey that was completed about 2-3 weeks ago now, and some of the questions that we've received in feedback from the dialogue panels that we've done. We are interested in getting your feedback as well, and so Director Ochoa is working with the city clerk now to get a link to you to try to get the feedback from the 8 of you about how you felt about the strengths and weaknesses of both of the finalists that we had, and that we're considering to be our next police chief. And then last, I just sort of want to talk to you a little bit about the state of the city staff. It has been, needless to say, a hard few weeks for Team Santa Fe. And, I was talking with staff today that, we talk about even the passing of former Mayor Javier Gonzalez, which I think was a month ago. It feels like it was a couple of days ago. From that to the tragic collision off I-25, the loss of Officer Duran, the loss of Mr. Lovato, and then more recently this week, the shooting that took place a few nights ago, and some of the reporting done around that I think was a little loose with how the incident has been portrayed, unfortunately. And we're in a place where I think similar, and the mayor spoke to this in his quote, I think that was in the paper this morning, that people are tired of COVID. They're exhausted by it. We got a war in Ukraine. People are afraid broadly, and that extends to our city staff. I now relatively regularly have staff in tears in my office as recently as today about the way in which residents talk about city employees, the way in which the public talks about city employees, the way in which our newspaper talks about city employees. And so we are sort of taking an approach to provide as much support as we can to Team Santa Fe. We had counselors on the ground in light of what happened 2 nights ago. We've been encouraging staff to contact the Employee Assistance Program to get as much support as they can. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As I mentioned, I think to many of you yesterday, in updating you about what we knew about the situation of Monday's tragic shooting, is that we're looking at what else can we do? How else can we help support the mental health, not just of our employees, but of people of Santa Fe? And that I sort of do have the sense, as I think you all may as well, of really the growing need for us to figure out how we can relieve some of this sadness, this anxiety, this frustration that people all across Santa Fe and the country and the world probably are dealing with right now. And so I just more than anything want to take a moment to just say my gratitude for all of the people working for the city of Santa Fe right now under really difficult conditions, many of them for years, juggling the demands of getting their work done with COVID, with remote work, with the demands of a public that's grown increasingly sort of frustrated with everything. And I couldn't be more proud of the team of people working for the city of Santa Fe. I just wanted to go on the record and make sure that I talked about that tonight, because that's something that we have to take care of our people. So with that, Mr. Mayor, councilors, I'm happy to stand for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Madam Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Mayor Weber, the next item is matters from the city attorney.
Madam City Attorney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Thank you, councilors. There's a couple more people I needed to thank earlier, and that was YouthWorks had burritos at our event. The legal aid had a training for our attorneys in advance on landlord tenant laws, provided a free CLE. And from City of Albuquerque, Yahaira Gonzalez, who has done some of these legal affairs online, helped me out in terms of describing her experiences and talking to me a few times in advance of our fair. So I appreciate all of their resources as well. Very helpful. And I'm glad that City Manager Blair will be providing dance lessons. I tried to get the senior staff to do backup dancing and they were not into it. And then I wanted to alert everyone that our job posting is up for our assistant city attorney. It will be in the city, or it'll be in the state bar bulletin at the end of this month. So we will keep it open a little bit longer than the bar bulletin. So if you know anyone who would be good to deal with IPRA, code enforcement, constituent services, and other things with really high public interface as an attorney, please send those candidates my way. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Weber. Matters from the city clerk are up next. Hi all, as you know, a few things to run over. One is City Manager Blair did mention this, but I do really want to thank Erica Flores and Barbara Lopez for coordinating the event. Erica helped us coordinate everything, including, I thought, a really awesome touch of having the Santo Niño choir. That really, to me, was just so special to have them there. But all of our departments, of course, our city councilors, these events are huge team efforts and we're a very small team. Erica's a team of one, as is Barbara. And so as you can imagine, we all jump in to help. And so I really do want to say thank you to Erica. She's just been phenomenal in the special event role. And Barbara is just always on point with our permitting. So I did just want to, again, thank everyone who participated. We absolutely look forward to making that an annual event. And we had, you know, a lot of community support for that, including from Christus. So thank you all for joining us on that. I also did want to note that we, as City Manager Blair mentioned, there were a few items over the last week that we kind of pushed back or held off on. One of them was the drawing for the seats for the Independent Citizen Redistricting Commission. That is scheduled for Friday, March 11th via Zoom at 1 p.m. I will be sending something out, an email tomorrow announcing that and notifying any candidates that submitted and were vetted that we will be having that drawing. If you are not aware, the city clerk draws names out of a hat for the districts. So I will be doing that for the positions, and it is already posted in PrimeGov, but I did, for anyone who's listening, want to make that announcement. I think City Manager Blair mentioned this, but tomorrow night there will be a question and answer session with the police chief finalists at 6 p.m. on YouTube. So we will have one candidate go through a series of questions that are pulled from responses we received from the community panel, the community citizen survey, And then the next candidate will be able to answer an additional set of questions. And I know it's a little early, but I did want to save the date for everyone. We will have the Easter egg hunt on Saturday, April 9th at Regal Park. It'll be at 10 a.m. Of course, we will be promoting that a bit more moving forward, but just want to get that on everyone's radar. We're also going to do a Touch the Truck event in conjunction with that. So we're going to take out all of our big trucks, our recycling truck, our trash truck, our snowplow trucks, and have them at Regal Park for kids to come check out as long. And really cool fun fact for that event is we're having it in conjunction with the Santa Fe Little League. So they're actually going to have opening ceremonies at 1 p.m. and then have some games later that afternoon. So I'm really excited to just have kind of that youth and community day at Regal. Basically, we start with an Easter egg hunt, and then again, you know, have the Touch the Truck event, and we go into Little League. So just really want to say that it feels nice to be planning some of these community events again. And if anyone wants to come put 15,000 Easter eggs down on fields along with some amazing prizes, I am looking for lots of volunteers, and I'll have more info as we get closer, but I just really wanted to use this opportunity to update kind of some of the more positive things that we're doing as a city government and how much I appreciate everyone's support, not only from the governing body, but also from staff as we ask them to come park trucks and talk to kids and lay down Easter eggs and spend time with us to make really these great for our community. So with that, Mayor, I will move to communications from the governing body. I do want to make one quick note though, Mayor, sorry if I can, is then we do have communication from the governing body, and then with the new procedural rules, we have a separate section for introduction of legislation in which if you are introducing legislation, you do get up to 3 minutes to discuss. So I just want to note that.
Good reminder that usually we used to introduce it during communications from the governing body. Now we've got a new section of the agenda entirely. So hold off on that. Very good. I will go around Hollywood Squares and call on each individual. Councilor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's been a really rough 2 weeks, but I do want to shine light on some people that have brought some positivity just to my role and some of the work that I'm doing. I wanted to shout out Maria Sanchez Tucker, the Community Service Director, new Community Service Director. I was supposed to meet with her today and we had to reschedule, but I did get the opportunity to meet with her last week, and her energy and just wanting to do good by the community, collaborate with leadership, do what's right by staff was so refreshing. So I'm very excited to work with her. I also wanted to shout out our city manager, Mr. Blair. The communication, and as hard as some of that communication has been, you have just kept us on top of all of the events that have occurred. I've felt in the loop. I felt like I was available to be supportive to those who had questions, to be supportive to our colleagues. I do want to say, I wanted to just share a quote because I think that the wellness situation right now is rough. You know, tensions are high, stress is high. I see it in my other job as well, and it's heartbreaking. People are truly exhausted. They're not intentionally coming off negatively. It truly is exhaustion and heartache and hardship. But I think one way to start, and I really appreciated Mr. Blair saying, like, let's do wellness, let's focus on wellness, is for us to come together. And so I came across a quote from Erik Erikson that says, life doesn't make any sense without interdependence. We need each other, and the sooner we learn that, the better for us all. And through the last few weeks, I have taken time to make sure I've told those that I love them, and to spend time to reach out to people I care about. to remind people that I'm here. I think as leadership, we have to be example of that with each other. We have to be example with that to the city staff. I know that I am going to do my part to be better because there's not a lot of people that'll ask for help. But if you show up and make yourself available, they'll let you help. So I wanted to publicly let the staff know that I'm here to help in any way. I wanted to let my colleagues know here today the same thing. Please reach out if you have a bad day. If it has nothing to do with council, please reach out anyway. I think that those little acts is what's going to make a difference to kind of turn the culture around with our recovery from COVID. So I just wanted to publicly share that today, and thank you all for being by my side through this process.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Chavez, for those words. Those were very beautiful. And I wanted to really thank, it was already mentioned, but the COVID memorial event was really beautiful, and having the choir there was, it was really special. It was really something else to have all those kiddos there singing "We Are the World," and how heartwarming that is, and that reminder when things have been challenging, as has been referenced multiple times tonight. The city of Santa Fe, the city as an entity, we've had a really rough month, a lot of loss, a lot of challenges, and the world is really, it's not an easy place these days. So I do want to echo Councilor Chavez's comments on reaching out to each other, on being there for each other, on taking care of each other, and on continuing to do the good work, and on continuing to recognize really some of the wonderful things that individuals in your life do and that we as the city do. I really wanted to thank Attorney McSherry for pulling together the eviction legal aid. I'm getting the event wrong, but we've been talking about it all night. I did have the opportunity to stop over there and see it in action. And it was very inspiring, especially knowing how quickly that was stood up. And, that wasn't something that, we did not direct Attorney McSherry. This was really just an event of passion and of caring. And it was really beautiful to see, as well as all the staff that was there to take care of that. I also forgot to mention a couple of weeks ago, I had spoken, I wanted to give a shout out to Jeremy Perea at the GCCC and all of the work that he's been doing to expand those pool hours. And we had an opportunity to talk about, honestly, some of the things that pre-pandemic I had been interested at with the GCCC. And so I reached out to him to have those conversations. And it's a really interesting place to be in, as City Manager Blair had mentioned, kind of how do we start to unravel what we've done, and having the opportunity to return back to things that had been a focus 2 years ago prior to the pandemic has really been wonderful. And then last but not least, I wanted to give a belated happy birthday to my co-counselor, Amanda Chavez. Her birthday was last week. So happy birthday, counselor, and glad we get to celebrate with you a little bit late here today on Zoom. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy belated birthday, Councilor Chavez. How old are you? 24, 25?
I wish.
City Manager Blair said something earlier that I still to this day say, as well as the Via Linda Mall. I also catch myself still saying the new mall. I'm going to the new mall. It's nearly 40 years old probably now, but hey, old habits die hard, right? Just one quick update. The last time I gave an update, we were doing the Regal Park cleanup. And it got snowed out. Folks might have noticed. So it's being rescheduled for this Sunday. So show up. It's scheduled from 10 to noon. So if you want to help get Regal Park cleaned up for summer season, please show up. With that, nothing else, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing.
Well, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank everyone that put on the COVID-19 memorial event together. Was really a special time, so much appreciated. I also wanted to take a minute to thank Pauline Kamiyama for the recent artwork sculptures that were placed both at the MRC as well as the Southside Library. Really beautiful artwork and sculptures, and really stand out when you're approaching any of those areas. So thank you to her for doing that, and really focusing on the south side with art as well as on the north side. I also wanted to thank Jeremy Perea, who reached out to one of my constituents who wanted to plan a graduation party, which I thought was great. 2 years ago, my daughter graduated and we had a drive-by graduation party for her. So it's great to see that people are thinking back to normal, and we're getting ready for graduation season and all those gatherings to celebrate our young people that are graduating from high school, potentially colleges, other places. So thanks to Jeremy for that. And then lastly, I think we do a good job of remembering those that are directly affected by the recent tragedies in Santa Fe, but I wanted to, and within our city family, but I wanted to take a minute to really acknowledge Director Jones, Director Ochoa, and John Blair. Being a former fire chief, you feel somewhat responsible for everything that goes on in your immediate areas. And though I know they're not responsible for what happened, but it weighs on them heavily. I know it does. It would of me. So I don't want to leave them out in our thinking about you three and the difficult times you're having now. So that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for saying that. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to echo the words of my counterpart, Councilor Rivera, and regards to the beautiful art that's been installed again at MRC and at the Southside Library. At the same time, I want to give a shout out and a thanks to the Sheriff's Department, Santa Fe County Sheriffs and State Police for stepping up and helping out in the city now during this time that our own police department is grieving and taking care of their fallen brother. And so I think that's heartfelt because it our community can see that there's presence, and we're helping each other out. Unity in blue. I also want to take a shout out to the fire department, who is helping out with transportation in their ladder trucks and the old black oldie that they're moving around and taking to Las Vegas for former firefighter Lovato, and the hard work that they're doing to make all that happen for these people. And so just again, thanks to everyone who's been working so diligently and hard during this difficult time. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman Virile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to start off with appreciation for the COVID memorial and all the folks that helped to put that together. And to have Santo Nino Choir and Soulfire it definitely warmed my heart despite the cold. So I think it was just important to be able to gather, since we don't get to gather very often together. So I appreciate that. And Aaron McSherry, and to all the people that you did a shout out. I appreciate that we take the time to do community events like that are very important to people, and that means a lot to a lot of people. So thank you for the legal fair on evictions, and I want us to continue in some way to be able to provide that resource or those resources. So thank you. As it relates to the tragic collision and just the loss that we had this week, yeah, I feel the same with what Councilor Rivera said about our staff taking on a lot of the stress and pain that's occurring. And I really appreciate that our city manager keeps us informed, like real time. And it just helps us to understand. If we get questions, we can get back to our constituents. So I really appreciate that all of you, including the mayor, including the city clerk, Director Ochoa, and all the emergency response teams that sprung into action and were at the scene, at the site. And so with the car crash. And so I appreciate that you were there for that. I think it means a lot to people to be there, to show that you're trying to figure this out as well. I think our staff is hurting, and as we had said, there's a lot of burnout, there's overworked individuals. And I appreciate that we put out resources via email. I personally wouldn't go to Cigna to get help. I just won't. I wouldn't go on to log in. I looked at those documents, I wouldn't read them. It wouldn't help me get through a grieving moment. I think it's like interactions with people. And I'm just wondering if there was like physical counselors or trained professionals that actually went to the department, because while people may have not asked for that, I think people need it. At least someone there, and I don't know if it happened. Maybe, yeah. Could you share that? Because I just keep thinking about that. I wouldn't want to go online to get what I need to support. So I don't know if you could elaborate.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Virile, thank you for that. My understanding from speaking with the HR director, Salazar, is that we did have EAP counselors on site today. Part of, frankly, what we were navigating yesterday is that the rumor mill of who was involved yesterday or on Monday night and was burning at a significantly faster pace than what we could confirm, and our desire to try to avoid compromising what the state police were trying to announce and when they were trying to announce it, while at the same time getting support as quickly as we could to the teammates. And so counselors are there. We're there today. I've been speaking with Director Jones every day, spoke with some of the supervisors today, trying to ensure that they have the support as well, since they're the primary people helping their teams right now. And so we're going to look at what we can do going forward from here about figuring out how to get, do we need to get grief counselors just broadly at every city building, or what do we need to do to try? We're looking at everything that we can do to try to help lift that. But I think your point's well taken. I don't know that I would have read the handouts, but I would call for sure. And so, each person's a little bit different, but I think we are trying to ensure that we do have humans on the ground who can help be face to face with people in grief. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. I think that was important to have folks there. Yeah, so thank you very much. And then last, Councilor Rivera and I were fortunate to attend a training called the Cities and Counties for Fine and Justice Boot Camp. It was held in Phoenix and also virtually, and just a wealth of information. If you're interested to know more, please reach out to us and I can tell you more about it. But essentially, it was a convening for local jurisdictions interested in advancing local fine and fee reform in our systems, whether it's a court system, jail systems. And it was very enlightening. And we're really, I think, just energized to be able to move forward with some of the things that we learned, and just a very solid group of people to learn from, just with the wealth of knowledge and expertise. And it was elected officials, community members, advocates, and people that actually have experienced these situations and have had to be incarcerated and what they've had to go through to be able to get back on their feet. So it was super important, and I hope that sometime we can actually bring this information to our group, because I think it would help us to understand some of the things that people go through. So if you're interested to hear more about like what we learned and any of the topics that were discussed, we'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take you up on that, Counselor. Counselor Romero Worth, you have the floor. Counselor Romero Worth.
You'd think I'd know which was the unmute button by now.
I thought maybe you didn't hear me. I apologize.
No, that's fine. I think a lot of what I would say has already been said. I think this pandemic has touched everyone, no matter where you sit in the world, what age group you are. I have, it's just been an extraordinary thing to live through. It just words fail me. So I really want to appreciate what has been said about kind of where people are. I think we're all very raw because of the pandemic, because of the world events that are transpiring right now. I appreciate the shout outs, especially given the events of the last week or two, and to the work that's been done by the leadership across the city. It's been a very stressful time, and really all hands on deck. I want to specifically thank our city attorney for the legal clinic. I think that was brilliant, and really great idea and amazing execution in getting that going so quickly, and just really, really amazing. And so I just want to shout out that, but there's been a lot of amazing work going on with people in leadership positions across the city. So that's just one example. Love the touch the big truck. On a lighter note, when my son was little, he would have died and gone to heaven had I taken him to touch the big truck. So wow, what a great idea. Love that on a lighter note. I'm really excited, Councilwoman Virile and Councilor Rivera, that you were able to attend the fines and fees workshop. I wish that had worked for my schedule. It didn't. I do have a couple of things coming forward in that vein, and be happy to talk to you about that. And certainly excited that it sounds like we will be able to do some things, and there will be support for that work. And so very excited to talk to you about that, and the couple of things that are coming forward. That actually one of them I've been working on for 4 years, and I think it's going to get introduced at our next governing body meeting. So can't wait. So let's definitely make a point to talk. And then I think Councilor Cassett and I have been working on something that was that the legislature has been considering, and it's a resolution that would support some work going on there. So there's a whole bunch of things I think we can do in this area of fines and fees to be more compassionate and more up to date with what's happening in the world and how we conduct ourselves as a city. And so I think we have lots of opportunity, lots of things we can be doing. I'm really excited that there's interest for this. So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have two broad buckets I want to bring to the governing body. The first is the theme that our city manager introduced, which has been spoken to by almost everybody tonight. And I can't wait for us to be all back in the same room, by the way. I think it will make a big difference to all of us as well. You know, there are two ways to deal with challenging times, stressful times, unprecedented times. And we've seen both of those ways over the last month. One is to, in effect, curse the darkness, find blame, reroute anger, point fingers, locate people to attempt to cast aspersions on. And I understand that. That's a human reaction under stress. We've seen it throughout time. The other is more broadly to light a candle. And we are such a fortunate community that we have people all across our city and our state who are lighting candles. The event on the plaza to commemorate COVID was a two-part commemoration. One was to mourn the people we have lost, and the other was to celebrate the people who have contributed so much to get us through this pandemic in a way that is better than almost any place in the world. We're seeing it now with the response to the tragedies of the last couple of weeks. Councilor Lee Garcia is right. The state police were amazing and outstanding. Police officers from Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, firefighters from across northern New Mexico, our own county sheriff, all stepped up to support our city. And if you were a participant in the procession down to Albuquerque with Senior Officer Duran, it was a ribbon of light down I-25 as far as the eye could see, of officers, firefighters, public safety people, all together without regard to jurisdiction, rank, everybody in a community of support and mourning, but celebration. I've been the beneficiary of so many nice letters. The Archbishop sent me a note saying he knows how hard it is on our community and sending prayers. President Becky Rowley from the community college reached out to offer her support. The other day on the plaza during our COVID event, Kathy Etry took me aside to talk about how united our community is in healthcare and in support. People are looking for ways to reach out and make our lives better. We have people from Santa Fe going into a war zone to offer help. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be able to look at our city buildings downtown, City Hall, the Convention Center, and see the national colors of Ukraine lit up on our buildings in support of a people who are dealing with unspeakable horror. Tomorrow is also Tibet Freedom Day, a reminder that freedom is under assault in all parts of our world, and it is something we are responsible to speak out about. So I want to salute everybody who is lighting lights rather than cursing the darkness. I want to salute everybody who is trying to make a difference in our community, through the faith-based community, to our volunteers, to our nonprofits, our teachers still doing their best, our city staff working hard. We will make it through this together because that's who we are. We've made it together through 2 years of unprecedented epidemic health and public social pressure. And we're going to make it through this next chapter as long as we keep lighting lights rather than pointing fingers or cursing the darkness. With regard to that specifically, I want to make one other point, and that is tonight, we didn't pour over every item. Only a few were taken off of consent, but it's worth calling out to the public just what this governing body did tonight in terms of improving life in Santa Fe. Tonight, the governing body approved investments of more than $11 million total in critical operational needs for the city using additional gross receipts taxes and lodgers tax revenue and savings from vacant positions, more than $11 million. That's a function of the improving overall financial picture of our city, the good management that has been done to really be conservative and cautious when we had to be, and now as things grow and open, to be optimistic and invest in our future. It's across the board. And if you didn't catch it in all the titles that weren't pulled, let me just identify some of them. $1 million for eviction prevention, $1 million to improve various city parks, from tennis courts to new gates at Fort Marcy and Cross of the Martyrs, sod for the lawn of our plaza, $900,000 for the MRC irrigation pump replacement, median mowers, as was mentioned, at the MRC and at the golf course, bathroom repairs, $1 million to fund pavement rehabilitation and maintenance, $500,000 to fund traffic signal control cabinet replacements, $3 million for our police department for new police vehicles, $300,000 to fund advertising to support the rebound of our Visit Santa Fe tourism programs. As we discussed earlier, $300,000 for arts and culture to celebrate art and culture as our heritage, $250,000 to fund a feasibility study for the El Lucero Crossing Lida manufacturing expansion, rail yard corridor and platform number 2 design, $350,000, $1.5 million to fund paint, striping, truck replacement, and road markings to keep our roads safer so that crosswalks can be replaced and upgraded. $1.4 million to fund repairs and upgrades at various city facilities. Over $11 million in investments in our future were approved by this governing body tonight, and we did it without really batting an eyelash. We looked to make sure the money was going to be well used and reported on and accounted for, but we are now in a position to invest in our future and to build back better than we were before COVID hit. And that's exciting, and it's something everybody on the governing body should take a victory lap for helping to achieve and for getting it done. So thank you, everybody, for that. That completes communications from the governing body. Madam Clerk, item number 15.
Hi, Mayor. The next item is item 15A. These are introductions of legislation. So item A is introduction of a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of alcohol during the Off the Rails Site Santa Fe annual benefit and concert on city property on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. This is pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987. This is sponsored by Councilor Lindell and Councilwoman Virile. And I am the staff person on this item if there's additional questions.
So under our new process for introducing legislation, I believe the people who are bringing it forward have an opportunity to say a couple minutes of introductory note.
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile, who wants to take the floor?
I'll just make a brief comment that this is an annual benefit, and every year they need to come and get a permit to have alcohol for this party / benefit. And Councilor Virile and I are Site Santa Fe sits in District 1, so they approached us and asked if we would do this, and I'm more than happy to and would encourage the council to support this. Thank you.
Councilwoman Virile, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. I think just to add, this is required anytime there's an event. It's part of the ordinance, so you have to go through the resolution process to get this approved. And just to add the annual benefit for Site Santa Fe, this is crucial to the museum's fundraising efforts. And this year they've reimagined, or what they're calling reimagined, what is traditionally a gala, and they're going to be doing more, or what they feel is more inclusive and more community driven. So it's actually a ticketed concert. So, and it will be out on the performance green at the rail yard with headliner bands, and they'll have food trucks. And then of course the liquor part, they'll be working with local breweries to provide sales of local beer and wine to ticket holders. And they're working closely with AMP Concerts and the Santa Fe Rail Yard Community Corp producing the concert. And so we hope you'll support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Mayor Weber, the next item is item B. It's introduction of a resolution to approve amending impact fees, capital improvement fund fiscal year 2021 through 2027, and replace tables 80 and 81 listing fund road improvements and parks and trails improvements as recommended by the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. This is being introduced by Councilor Rivera.
Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me first say, before I forget, that Councilwoman Cassett has agreed to sign on to this legislation as well. So thank you, Council, for that. This is simply just updating the projects on the tables that are both in the memo and the resolution itself to be included as possible recipients for funding from the ICIP blocks or pools of money that are there that the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee can then make decisions on. So it's updating that list and including more projects. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And Madam Clerk, what's next?
Mayor Weber, the next item is item C. It's introduction of a resolution allocating 123.68 acre feet of available water rights to eliminate the affordable housing account deficit and provide enough water rights for 3 consecutive future years. This is being introduced by Councilor Romero-Worth.
Councilor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think the resolution pretty much speaks for itself. We are creating, fixing a deficit in our water bank of about 56 acre feet worth of water, and then allocating something like 23 acre feet each of the next 3 years, roughly. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, and that total gets us to the 123 acre feet. And I think this will be a great conversation. We'll learn a little bit more about the water bank and how it supports development in the city, how we require developers to bring water to their projects. The way we do this is through the water bank. And for affordable housing, the city provides those water rights. We do have water rights available that have not been utilized, and we will be making that allocation to the affordable housing pot of water rights to support more affordable housing in the city. And yeah, I think that's all I'll say about that for now. Alan Hook will be the staff person on this as it moves through the committees, and we'll have an opportunity to talk in greater detail about what's happening here and more broadly what the water bank is, what it does to support development and make sure that we're not growing beyond our water availability. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say they're going to bring water to the table, but you didn't. What's next? City Clerk.
Next up is item D. It's introduction of legislation directing the city manager to send a letter of intent to the New Mexico Game and Fish Department, informing it of the city's intent to purchase property owned by the department located at 3520 Kaya Princesa Juana. This is introduced by Councilor Cassett.
Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that in. So this resolution will have the city manager, as was expressed in the caption, send a letter to New Mexico Game and Fish. They own a large parcel of land that we would need to require part of for the Arroyo de los Chamisos crossing, but they are interested in selling the larger parcel. And so this will allow the city approximately a year to really look at what some potential uses could be. I know that staff has initially started to look at possibilities for affordable housing, for recreation, for other community needs, and then as well as identify whether or not we have the funding and if this is something we would like to take on. So I believe that Ms. Wheeler, Director Wheeler, will be the staff member, and Rich Brown, and then of course Terry Lease, who will be walking this through committee so we can have those discussions further on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what is next?
Mayor Weber, we are on to public comments on bills. So item 17A is consideration of a bill. This is sponsored by Councilor Cassett. It is an ordinance amending table 14-6.11 of the Land Development Code, the table of permitted uses to permit small and large preschool and daycare facilities in all zoning districts except industrial districts. This is the public comment portion, and then this item will move through the committee process.
Councilor Cassett, your hand is up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I know that we do not speak here, and I'm not going to speak to the item, but we do have the presentation from staff, and I did want to take an opportunity to introduce Mr. Daniel Alvarado, as I believe this is the first time that he has presented to the governing body, and he is the staff member who has been one of the staff members that has been working on this with me. So Daniel's one of our new senior planners. I believe he came on October-ish.
That's right. Yep.
Great.
Going on 5 months or so.
Wonderful. And it has really been a pleasure to work with him. So I did want to alert the governing body of who this new individual is before he gets started. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. It is my first time governing body, although I'm sure this will be first of many trips. And I have a short presentation for you guys. I'm going to share my screen here.
Why don't you wait 1 second, because Councilwoman Virile's hand is up.
Of course, go ahead.
No questions. Just want to note that long time ago, when I went through the procedures, I am a co-sponsor, but I'm still not listed. So just want to let you know.
Thank you for catching that. And Madam City Clerk, just for everybody's recollection, our process for public comment on bills, there's already one person in the attendee room with a hand up. Why don't you remind us what the rules of the road are for this new feature of our agenda with public comment?
Absolutely, Mayor. This is an opportunity for individuals to comment on legislation before it moves through the process. So after staff presentation, then members from the community that would like to comment on this legislation can do so, and are allotted time.
Thank you.
To do that, yes.
So,
all right,
Mr. Alvarado, you do have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, again, thanks for having me. It's my first time. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now for this presentation. You should be able to see that now.
Yes, sir.
So this is a proposed legislation to allow large childcare facilities in all zoning districts except for industrial. So the specific changes that are proposed are to allow large childcare facilities, which is more than 6 children, in all residential zones by right without a special use permit. And it also amends the code to remove both small and large childcare facilities from all industrial zones. So this is how it would look on the table of permitted uses. Currently, all small facilities are permitted by right. This would simply strike the requirement for special use permits for all residential zones, and then also strike the use from the industrial zones. And just to visualize quickly, I'm sure you're familiar with our zoning categories. Most of the yellow and green areas are the residential zones where now larger facilities would be allowed by right. So the background on this project is many consider Santa Fe to be a childcare desert, which according to the Center for American Progress is a community with 3 children or more than 3 children for every licensed childcare slot. According to this 2018 study, they found that childcare deserts are associated with lower rates of maternal labor participation because of the amount of women who are charged with childcare. Currently, there are 37 known and licensed facilities in the Santa Fe area. Only 3 of those are home childcare facilities, which is what this legislation would primarily enable. And I'll be going into the licensing categories in a sec about that. So Councilor Cassett, myself, and former planning manager Noah Burke met with Early Childhood Education Department back in November, where we discussed the proposed legislation. Long story short, they were very in favor of it and talked highly about how we could interface with other efforts at the state and even federal level to increase access to childcare. And there weren't any major conflicts with the state regulatory process with this proposed legislation. So in the state of New Mexico, there's 4 types of childcare licensing categories. The first is a registered home, which is no more than 4 children. The second is a family childcare home, which is 5 or 6 children. The third is a group childcare home, which is 7 up to 12. And then the fourth is a childcare center, which is more than 12. So this proposed legislation would affect these last 2 childcare categories, which currently require a special use permit to be allowed in a residential zone. This, this would allow them to be in a residential zone by right. However, all the current zoning regulations would still apply to a potential facility. So it would look essentially the same as a existing residential area or residential use. And also all of the first 3 categories require permanent residential occupancy to be licensed under that category. So just to emphasize, the zoning standards would remain the same throughout all zoning categories for childcare uses. Specifically, parking requires 2 spaces plus 1 additional for each 10 children. Things like lot coverage, building height, design, signage are all based on the residential zone regulations and are not changing with this legislation. Also, safety requirements are managed by the state administrative code. These include things like staff background checks and training, building and grounds safety, and transportation and health hygiene requirements. And all of those regulations for each category can be found in State Administrative Code Title 8, Chapter 16, Part 2. So with that, I can say that after reviewing the proposed legislation with the city's attorney's office, the land use department does find that the proposed legislation is compliant with the requirements for amendment to chapters 14, and therefore we do recommend approval of the proposed legislation. And that concludes my presentation. I'll stand for questions, and I will be carrying this through committee, so I'll be back around.
Thank you. Actually, you won't stand for questions at this time, but you will.
Oh,
later.
I won't. Okay, excuse me.
That's okay. That's all right.
It's just what I say.
And welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Madam Clerk, I believe since this is an opportunity for public comment, we have someone in the attendee room with their hand up. Could you let let them in and tell them how much time they have and be the timekeeper, please?
Yes. We
Several
have
people there.
yeah, we have a few people with their hand up. This is great. We have Kathleen Tunney. Kathleen, can you hear me?
I can. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Perfect.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I'm Kathleen Tunney. I'm the Community Health Manager at Christa St. Vincent. I also serve on the local Early Childhood Steering Committee. This proposed amendment to the Land Development Code will have meaningful impact on the lives of those who live and work in Santa Fe. Access to childcare is essential for a community to thrive. And currently, as the presentation pointed out, there's a shortage of childcare in our community. Lack of childcare carries an enormous burden on Santa Fe families. It limits job opportunities, it threatens economic stability and advancement, and it prevents children from being in healthy environments to learn and grow. Childcare is also vital to a community's economic recovery and prosperity, much of which you've talked about tonight. And Santa Fe needs this now more than ever. This amendment removes a barrier to accessing and creating new childcare slots in our community. And it also makes our city a more family-friendly place to live and work. So I just want to thank you for considering this amendment and hopefully approving it in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Thank you, Stephanie Beninato. I'm happy that childcare is being removed from industrial zoning, zoned areas. And I also just have to wonder about having childcare that has more than 12 children in a residential area. I find it hard to conceptualize how something, a facility like that with outdoor space needed, et cetera, would actually fit into a residential area. And it really does seem like the parking is not really adequate. It was 2 parking plus 1 per 10 children. And it would seem that if you had 10 children or more in your facility, that you would have more employees, and then you need parking for people coming and going, picking up their children. So I'd point that out as what it seems like a little bit of an underestimate for parking needs. Thank you. But otherwise, I would support having more child care facilities, especially when people have to be present on the property. Thanks.
Thank you. I think those are the only hands that I saw up for this item. Madam Clerk, am I right?
You are correct, Mayor.
Okay, appreciate it. I think we're learning our new processes as we go, and I think it's really a constructive way to get the legislation in front of the public before it goes through the hearing process. So we'll continue to work on this new addition to our council processes. Thank you. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Next is, sorry, Mayor. I just stopped my timer there. Next item is the final action on legislation. It's 18A. This is consideration of a bill, an adoption of an ordinance. Mayor Weber is the sponsor on this. It's an ordinance granting NTS Communications LLC DBA Vexus Fiber a non-exclusive franchise to operate a telecommunications network within the city of Santa Fe, the right to use city public right-of-way to provide telecommunications service within the city, and fixing the terms and conditions thereof. So Mayor Weber, I believe Terry Lease is the staff on this item because this is a public hearing and there is final action on this legislation. If anyone is here to speak on that, we would hear that. I don't know if Terry Lease would like to provide an overview.
Well, I think what we ought to do is, as a process, why don't we I think Rich Brown is here as well. Rich and Terry are a good team between the two of them. For folks who are not familiar with this item and are listening or hearing it for the first time, if you can give us a quick, not so quick, if you can give us an overview that identifies what this ordinance says, and then we'll open it up for public comment. Then we'll come back to the governing body for a motion, clarifying questions, debate, and then we'll take a vote of the governing body. But start, Mr. Brown, you or Mr. Leese, why don't you familiarize the general public with what this item is?
Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you very much. If this franchise ordinance is approved, it would allow Vexus Fiber to bring a 100% broadband internet infrastructure to Santa Fe. Vexus provides services for both residential and business customers, and their fiber to the network packages begin at 1 and 2 gigabytes and go up to an amazing 10 gigabytes to accommodate future growth. Total investment in Santa Fe is estimated to be about $35 million, and employment will include about 50 construction jobs and 35 to 40 full-time permanent jobs here in Santa Fe. If approved by the governing body, Vexus hopes to begin construction later this year and connect to nearly all homes and businesses within 24 to 36 months. And I believe Mike Gallagher, he is the VP for Business Development for Vexus, is in the waiting room if there are any questions for Vexus staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, any other context you want to provide before we ask for public input?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I think Terry added a lot of color to the Vexus Fiber project. I also want to let the council know that I'm in talks with the community college to fund a broadband technician workforce development program. We'd like to bring more jobs to the city and hopefully help young kids and young adults who are looking at the technician program. They've already done one cohort. They had 20 spots and had 120 applicants. So we're very excited about the fact that there are people in the city of Santa Fe who are very interested in this category. This is one of 3 layers we have in the city. We're bringing equity to the city with our public Wi-Fi, which is separate from Vexus, but the Vexus fiber dig, which is fiber under the ground and some over the wires, will bring better broadband throughout the city for us for the future and for businesses that are here and growing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in the attendee room who wishes to speak to this item? It is a public hearing and we should entertain public input. And you need to swear people in and treat it as a public hearing, I assume.
Or correct, Mayor. Yes, we have one individual. It's Stephanie Benenato for this item. Let me turn on the camera so I can swear in Ms. Benenato. Stephanie, can you hear me?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. And then I do need to swear you in for this. So if you could state your name and your address.
Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Perfect. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and
Yes.
you're this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thanks.
Ms. Benenato, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think the thing I want to emphasize is the whole idea of right-of-way, and that right-of-way is not public alleys, which are defined as public land, but not right-of-ways. And if you put it in the right-of-way that is on the larger streets, it keeps it further away from people's homes. And, you know, you all brought up COVID and the Ukraine and all this stuff about people being on edge, but I think it's a much longer term problem. I think it's really lack of sleep. And part of it is the humming that goes through lines, electrical, and also these telecommunication lines in particular that are audible when it's very quiet out. We also have a lot of equipment that can be made to be more quiet. So I think lack of sleep, I think lights interference. I know the city just finished their project, but I think they should work on stadium lights being used in commercial areas that are very close to residential space. So I'm also very concerned about putting this again in a 10-foot alley that's on a backyard where a lot of people's bedrooms are, interfering with their sleep in a very, not unconscious, but subconscious, at a subconscious level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the attendee room for the public hearing?
No, Mayor, that is the only person in the room.
I think what I'd like to do is entertain a motion, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion and questions.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a second from Councilor Lindell. Floor is open. This is a public hearing. I'd like to see a hand of any member of the governing body who would like to ask a question or a clarifying, ask for clarifying information about the agreement. If there are no questions, that's fine. We will close the hearing, and Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Virile,
Yes.
Councilor Cassidy,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I believe that completes tonight's agenda, Madam Clerk.
You are correct, Mayor. That is the last item on our agenda.
Very good. With that, then, thank you, everybody, for a very productive evening, very thoughtful evening, and a very constructive meeting of the governing